So, welcome everyone to the Frontback warm-up event for CityJS Conference London. I'm happy to be back here in London. I'm not sure about anyone else. It still feels slightly surreal to be back, meeting with folks from around the world again. And the structure of the day, we're going to have a few talks here at Birkbeck College. And then later this evening, we have another set of talks in a separate track at Foolproof. So I'm excited to be here today, and kicking off the day today, we have Roy Dirks. Roy is an entrepreneur, speaker, and author from the Netherlands. Some of you may have caught his workshop from earlier this week, and today he will be talking about JavaScript web applications of the future. Welcome, Roy. Everyone, please welcome.
Thank you. Let's see. Do these mics work? Okay, cool. Thanks. Good to see some familiar faces in here as well. So today's talk will be about web applications of the future. So if you've been to the workshop yesterday, then you see some familiar things. But now we have some more time to actually explain what's going on and why combining TypeScript and GraphQL is such a powerful combination. So I always like to start with this slide when I'm explaining TypeScript. So what is actually a date? So a date can be many things. It could be the date on the calendar. I believe today it's like the 30th, 31st? Oh, 30th. So yeah, it's a date on the calendar. So this could be a date. You could also have these actual dried fruits, which are also dates. Not really a fan of it, but I mean, it could be nice. And you could also spell the word date with these dried date fruits. So it's date can be basically anything. Can also be like something like this, like a still from a Disney movie. So date can be many things, especially if you work with JavaScript. You might have experienced different kind of dates, like strings, maybe date objects, maybe, I don't know, maybe even an object itself that was combined with like a day, a month, a year. So there could be many different things that you could call a date in JavaScript. I summed up some of them here. I always hate these timestamps because they're not really human-friendly. You actually have to use a library or some converter online to figure out what's going on. So date can be many things. And if you have a type system, you know one thing for sure. If there's a date somewhere, it will follow what's in your type system. Unless maybe you use a string as a date. I wouldn't do that, but you could do it. But with type systems, you actually avoid this problem of having all these different ways to define a date. And that's also why I like TypeScript. And GraphQL, of course, as well. As Beth introduced, my name is Roy. I'm from Amsterdam. Also very happy to be back in London. It's one of my favorite cities. I work with Stepzen, which is a GraphQL as a service company. I also like to create my own side projects. The latest one is Reposted. If you like writing articles on Hashnote or Medium or Practical Dev, this platform can help you to redistribute them all over these different platforms. So it's kind of fun if you like to get more reach for all the hard work you do in writing blog posts. I also like to write books and go to conferences like this one. So last year was actually CityJS, which was my first post-pandemic conference. So, really happy to be back here. That about me. So what do you already know about TypeScript? Are there any TypeScript users in here? Oh, most of you. So I don't have to do anything today. That's fun. Yeah. So in case you don't know, and it's always good to hear this a second or a third time, TypeScript is a typed superset of JavaScript. So if someone asks you if you're doing TypeScript, you can just tell them it's a typed superset. What does it mean? If you ask the internet, it is a programming language that contains all the given all the features of a given language. So you could assume everything you can do in JavaScript, you can also do it in TypeScript with some expansion stuff. So basically, TypeScript is a expanded version of JavaScript with the static type checking, and more actually if you count in all the developer tools you have. And it also compiles to plain JavaScript. So I sometimes funnily say I don't write JavaScript anymore. I sometimes do just because I have to for reasons. But in that sense, if you're writing TypeScript, you're still writing TypeScript. You're still writing JavaScript. You're just not writing it yourself. So as you already are familiar with TypeScript, we can go over this quite fast. So if you look on the left, you can see some basic type definitions. And you can also see a function that's using this type. And whatever would be prepared for your browser is what you see on the right. So unfortunately, most browsers can parse TypeScript themselves. They're actually working on a way to add type checking to JavaScript through some sort of annotations. And then if they will push it to the browser, they will actually keep those annotations in, but they're going to make sure that there's some sort of commented out. So you can still see them, or maybe your compiler will take them out. But well, it's good to know that whatever ends up in your browser is still JavaScript, because, well, browsers don't really like TypeScript. And it also uses the latest ECMAScript feature. So this is sort of inherent to the fact that being a typed superset. So whatever is in JavaScript and is like in a stable release of ECMAScript actually. So we sometimes say JavaScript, while we actually mean ECMAScript, and the other way around maybe sometimes too. But it always uses the latest features that are sort of stably released in ECMAScript. And if you went to the workshop yesterday, you know, but there's another technology that also has types, which is GraphQL, of course, as I really love GraphQL, basically also because of the type system, not only because I feel it's like a way better way to handle APIs as opposed to REST, but it also comes with a really cool type system that helps you actually to become a more productive developer, because this type system will really guide you. If you're using TypeScript, you probably already are familiar with like the performance gains you will get of having types. You no longer have to debug stuff in the browser or use console log to figure out what your data look like. With GraphQL, it's pretty similar. You also have the type system that will help you and guide you and make sure that you're more productive, while also not pushing any stuff that could break into your production applications. So are there any GraphQL users here already? Okay, cool, that's a lot, that's great. So GraphQL is what I like to call a query language for APIs. So GraphQL itself is just a specification. It's not doing much. There's a whole bunch of libraries that form the ecosystem around the specification, but the specification itself, it's not a programming language, it's not a framework or a library. It looks a bit like this. As most of you have used GraphQL, you know what it looks like. I can imagine maybe in the back it's not really visible with the dark mode and the light on it, but well, you can get a sense out of it. So what you see on the left is a query, which is one of the three operation types we have. You can also see the fields I'm requesting, and also the name of the operation field, which is GitHub user in that sense. And then you can see I'm requesting a set of fields, also some nested fields. And then the response on the right is whatever the GraphQL API would return to you, which follows the same structure, which is something I also like. It doesn't really have to do with the type system, but it's one way in which GraphQL helps you to become a better and more productive developer. So you can basically ask GraphQL the data you need. Of course, only data that is available in the schema. Otherwise, it would be pretty hard to get this data. And then your response should look pretty much the same. It's a bit like the Spice Girls song. If you're from the 90s, like myself, you probably heard their songs. So GraphQL is a bit like this. It will give you what you want, what you actually really want. So that's good to know. And then also it offers a single endpoint for multiple resources. So if you're using REST APIs, you probably hate that you need to send requests to multiple endpoints in order to get all the data for a page you're trying to render. At least that's one of the major issues I have with using REST APIs. Specifically, if you're using multiple REST endpoints, you need to collect data. You're maybe using a promise. You maybe wait till the promise is all settled before you have all your data. With GraphQL, you don't really have to do this, at least not on the front-end side. Maybe you do this on the back-end side if you're collecting information from multiple different data sources. But a single endpoint for me is a real advantage, because as a front-end developer especially, you don't really want to have to focus on where you get your data from or how it's loaded from different endpoints. You just want to get your data. So with GraphQL, and I've used the Twitter API for this actually before it became paid. I don't think I have the money to actually pay for an API key, as Daniel just told me how expensive it is, so I won't be trying to do that. But they have a REST API, and I've GraphQLized it in this example. You basically need two endpoints if you would want to receive a list of tweets and their author. So what happens? You first need to send a request to actually get the list of tweets. And then per every tweet, there will be like a reference to the person that wrote the tweet, and you would need to send a second request to actually get this author. And you can imagine if you maybe have a list of like 100 responses. So for example, this week, if people start tweeting about City.js and I'm looking for a list of tweets that contain the word City.js, you might get a really long list. And if every tweet was created by a different person, you would maybe need to send for every request to the search API, which is one request, you might have to send 50 additional requests to get all the different authors in. And if you're all doing this from your front end, you can imagine it takes quite a while for all these requests to actually solve. So with GraphQL, on the backend side, of course, you can define these nested relationships. So you could say, I want to get all the tweets, including their author, and the GraphQL backend would make sure that it would retrieve this data. So maybe it's coming from a database, maybe it's coming from a REST API, maybe it's coming from, well, somewhere else. GraphQL itself doesn't really matter as long as you're using it from like a client perspective. If you're building the API, of course, you need to make sure that you set up all these connections in like a more efficient way. And then finally, which brings me to today's topic again, it's based on the type system. So everything you do in GraphQL will be type checked. If you're sending an operation to the API, it will check the types. If you're trying to create a response from your GraphQL API itself to the front end, it will also check again the types. And depending which library or framework you're using to build the GraphQL API, it will also do those type checkings whenever you're building or compiling your code. So the type system is, well, it's inside the schema, but most of the times you interact with the type system as a developer from a front-end perspective, you would be seeing it from a GraphQL playground. So it could be graphical, it could be any other GraphQL playground that's used by the tools you're using to build GraphQL APIs. And in there you typically have a documentation page or tab that will show you your schema. So for example, for the response type of this query, I have a response type called Twitter_tweet. I can see that I have these fields, and then I can also find the types for these fields. And sometimes you can actually click on them in case they're not like a leaf field. So in GraphQL, the leaf field is like a single response. If it might be a nested response, like an object, you can actually click on it and discover all the fields in there as well. And it's a really convenient way to get some insights into the API you're using. Whereas with the REST API, you're typically, it's typically in the hands of the documentation of the API you're using. Maybe you need to send a request first, and then you need to scroll through the response in order to see the types for all the data you have. So with GraphQL, you don't really have to do this, as we have the schema, which forms the source of truth for our API. And what I'd like to do next is compare the type systems, because you can imagine there's lots of familiarities in there. So on the left, you can see TypeScript, probably looks familiar to you, and then on the right, you can see GraphQL. The syntax is pretty much the same. There are some small differences, like the way you actually define the type, and then there's some more differences. But both have like basic types. So in TypeScript, we like to call the basic types the everyday types, like a number, a string. And in GraphQL, we call them basic scalar types, which is like an integer, a string. ID is one as well. We have float, so that's kind of a funny one. In GraphQL, there are multiple ways to define a number. You could have an integer or a float, maybe if you have decimals. Whereas in TypeScript, everything will be a number itself. And then they can also relate to other fields, which is kind of similar to the way we do things in TypeScript as well. The notation in GraphQL, there's actually only one way to define an array, while in TypeScript there are multiple ways to define an array. But it looks pretty familiar. You can also see that in TypeScript, all the sort of types, they are lowercase, whereas in GraphQL we use an uppercase. And then the biggest difference actually is that in TypeScript, most types should be required by default because you want to make sure that your types are there. Whereas in GraphQL, most of the types are actually optional. And this is because one of the fundamental concepts behind GraphQL is people like to reuse the GraphQL API for different use cases. So maybe your GraphQL API is being used by one application from one team, and then the other team is also using the same application, but they're using your queries in a slightly different way. So maybe they like to get only a title and a thumbnail, while a different team maybe focuses on categories and reviews. So in GraphQL, everything's optional, and in TypeScript, it's required. And this is important to know when you start to combine the both type systems, because otherwise you might go crazy if you think something is returned by the GraphQL API and then it's actually optional, meaning that in TypeScript you actually have maybes in your types, which is something I like to prevent when working with TypeScript. So that's the biggest difference. And in GraphQL, there are some libraries to actually help you with combining TypeScript and GraphQL, because you can imagine it will be a pain in the ass if you have to create types for every GraphQL query you're using. It sort of goes against having a type system in GraphQL and then still need to manually type your types in TypeScript. It feels like a lot of duplication, and I usually try to avoid this, because as soon as you start duplicating stuff, you probably introduce errors. So this is something we like to prevent. And in GraphQL, there is a library called GraphQL Code Generator. It's been around for quite some while, and quite recently they sort of revamped the library. Took away a lot of the things it did, but also introduced new stuff, which is actually better. The old way of doing stuff was with like configuration in YAML, and if you're a JavaScript or TypeScript developer, YAML could be quite confusing. So you can use GraphQL Code Generator to generate types for your GraphQL API. So if you're interacting with a GraphQL API, it doesn't actually matter how the GraphQL API is built or who's maintaining the code. The only thing you need to do is like making sure you can get the schema, and you can always get the schema via a operation, via introspection query. So GraphQL Code Gen is a CLI tool, and myself, I'm actually a fan of building stuff CLI first. So at my company StepSem, we also decided to build CLI first. And it's also cool from GraphQL Code Gen that they have a similar approach, because as a developer, you already have a terminal, so why should you go to some GUI or whatever to figure out how your code works? It's also useful if you try to integrate it with like a CI/CD. So you can imagine every time you create a new project or you create a new build of your project, you probably also want to take the GraphQL schema, maybe regenerate some TypeScript types if the data has changed. So being it a CLI tool is actually helping you to put this sort of step into your workflow. So if you remember both the type definitions, we have TypeScript and GraphQL. And using the GraphQL schema as a sort of truth, by actually flipping it, we can generate TypeScript types from your backend. So as a front-end developer, you wouldn't have to create these manually. Instead, you just take the GraphQL schema, and then you're able to generate types on the fly. And it looks a bit like this. So if you remember, we have the basic scalars in GraphQL. If you would map those to TypeScript, you would see something like we have on the left. These are like the basic scalars. So we have ID, string, boolean, integer, and float. And as I said, we have two ways of doing numbers in GraphQL. So we have both integer and float that would map to numbers in TypeScript. And then you can also define types for every type you have in your GraphQL schema. So this is an example for the type product. You can see the first field, which is a _type name. So this is whatever GraphQL uses to define the name of this type. So it's actually really useful if you're working with GraphQL clients or you're trying to cache things somewhere. It will usually take this type name to make sure it doesn't duplicate it. And the way you define relationships within your type system in GraphQL and TypeScript is pretty much the same. So you can actually just copy these if you're working with TypeScript and GraphQL. And this way you can actually achieve end-to-end type safety, which is, well, a major reason, especially if you're like a full stack developer. You probably are looking for end-to-end type safety, because I feel it's often like the holy grail of like web development. If you're building full stack apps, you want to make sure that whatever is happening on your backend will be in sync with what you're doing on your front end. And type systems are really important in that sense. So let's try it out. I created a React application, and then we can use GraphQL Code Generator to actually generate the types for us, which is quite convenient, because that way we don't have to rely on some backend team to do it for us. Let me see. Where's my code? It is here. So I've created a GraphQL API, and then I've set up Code Generator to work with this. If you went to the workshop yesterday, it might be a bit boring because you already know how this works, but maybe you can also help me and tell me if I make any errors somewhere. So I've created this GraphQL API. It has a few types, basically like articles, because I created this sort of Hacker News clone, including some, well, what it does, this Hacker News clone, it's basically a GraphQL, it uses a GraphQL API that will take the latest posts from Practical Dev and then renders them in this feed. So if we would go to the most recent post, it's actually an interesting one because maybe people should actually stop introducing more machine learning models beyond GPT-4 because it could be dangerous, potentially. But this data is coming from GraphQL. And in my application, I want to make sure that this is type safe compared to the data I could request from my GraphQL API. So the way I've set it up, I'm using GraphQL Code Generator right here. And I use it to take my schema coming from this GraphQL API. And what I want to do, I want to generate code for this TypeScript file. So I have just a simple component that renders my article. And as you can see here, I don't know what my types are yet. So you can see everything is basically any. So I don't really know the type of my article. What I of course can do, I can manually type this. So what I could do is trying to figure out, so this is my query. I can probably create types from it. It's quite an intensive process, especially if you start changing things. So as this is TypeScript, I could just start typing like type article props. I probably like to call them article type. And then you probably need to have every field, right? So we have a ID, which is a string. I can have Copilot help me, which is actually convenient. So these could be my type definitions. And then I probably need to link this up here. So this is one way to type it. You might get some error. I'm not sure why. So this is a string and the other one is a number. So maybe I need this. Yeah, so this will solve it. And by typing this is actually fine. You can do this. But imagine maybe you have 100 components. Maybe you have 200 components. Or maybe someone decides that we don't really want to use this kebab casing for body HTML. So we change it into like a camel case, body HTML like this. Or maybe someone in the GraphQL API side, they decide to make this optional. And you're using the body HTML to render something. Suddenly it becomes optional and it can break your TypeScript code. So I like to prevent these kind of situations because it's just unneeded. It will lead to like code reviews that might get stuck somewhere because someone changed the API. And if you don't work on the API, you probably don't even know that something has changed. There are libraries to help you getting notified when someone changes the GraphQL schema, but it also feels like additional overhead. So instead, what we can do with libraries like GraphQL CodeGen, we can auto-generate this code for us. So to run GraphQL CodeGen, you need to install some libraries, as I've already did. Might make this a bit bigger. And then you can just run GraphQL CodeGen itself. And as I told you, it's a CLI-based tool. I can just run it once, and it will generate outputs for me, which is basically a file containing all the types for my GraphQL schema. So if I would go here, I can find a new directory called GQL. It contains my fragments, if I have any, and it also contains some documents, which I didn't really add in here, but I will do it in a bit to show you more added benefits of using this tool. And then this is like the main file, and it contains all the types from our GraphQL schema. So you can see we have an article type, and it's a type I was using before. So what I could do here, instead of having this article type, I could just import article. Oh, GitHub Copilot is trying to be funny. I can do article and rename it to article type. So I don't get any conflicts with the name of my component. And then I should import this from the GQL file, which is probably here. And then I had a file called gql.ts, so this should be good. Or maybe it's in this file. No, it's in this file. Call this GraphQL. And I want to do this. So this will also give me a type. So now I get another error because this could be undefined. So I need to add some additional checks, which is all fine. And this actually is a number now. So I actually mistyped it already the first time. So you can see how error prone it is. So this is all good. I can see it's like maybe a string. So that's why I'm also giving like an empty string, because this one is expecting to do a string, which is not optional. So this is all good. And I can run this graphical code generator every time someone makes changes to my schema. But then there's a second variable in this. And this is actually the queries you use. So maybe I'm adding additional fields here. And I don't want to use this article type because it's like the global type, which contains all these different types. I probably want something more specific to this component. Because maybe even I'm like combining multiple types in here, or maybe I'm using a different GraphQL client, like Relay, which kind of helps you to co-locate fragments all over your application. So there's a second variable, which are the documents. So what I can do to get the documents in here, I can actually create a second file. And I probably just, it doesn't really matter where I do this, I can just do it in source. And I will name this file something like operations.ts. So this is another file where I would put all my operations, such as this one. And I can then import GQL from this one to actually keep using the template literals with some GraphQL syntax highlighting in it. And what I can do then, of course, I need to import this one here. So I can do import name of my query from the operations file. And then this all should remain working. I still have my article type here, and actually nothing has changed. But what I can do with CodeGen, I can also link up this document containing all my GraphQL queries. So that way, whenever I make a change in some of the queries that I've defined in my application, I can also generate types for this, including types for the variables I have in there. So I can just save it. I can run the code generator again. But what I like to do this time is actually using the watch mode, meaning that if I make changes to any of my documents, it will actually redefine the types for me. I can run it again with watch. And now it will actually watch for changes. So not only do I now have specific types for my document, which will be in somewhere in here, probably be at the bottom. So yeah, I have like actual queries now with some documents in it. And what I can also do is now have the watch mode. So if I would start making changes, oh wait, I actually need to call this TS. Let me run the watch mode again. So I made a change in the config. And now I should be having, yeah, so that was what I was looking for. So the second file, like gql.ts, it will contain my documents, meaning that I will get specific types for the queries I'm using in my code. And every time I would make changes here, so maybe I'm adding new fields like upvotes, and I would save it, you can see the generator is generating a new output. So now this file should also have upvotes in it, as you can see there. And this helps me a lot, because if I would go back to my article, the way I typed it here is a way I don't really like. Instead, I can also use generics on my use query, which helps me to type two things, because the input of my use query hook is both the query, but also the variables. And in here, I could use this generics here. Is everyone familiar with generics in TypeScript? Yes, lots of you are, so that's good. So it's actually a really nice way to reuse type checking without having to statically type all the things every time. So my use query actually has no ID what type of types I'm putting in here. And what I can put in here are the specific types created for my document. So I would be going here. I should be able to find them somewhere. Are they actually in here this time? And my query is called get, oh, I need to search here. It's called get articles by ID. So these are my variables, and this is my actual query. So I can use this with a generic and import it, of course. Let me see, it does automatically. And then the other one was called get article by ID query variables. And these will be updated every time I add new fields in my document. And then if I would go down here, I see I get an error here because this could be undefined. So it also helps me to type my variables like this. And this should all be good because the generic is making sure the types are sort of pushed down to all the places where I'm using my GraphQL data response. And every time you add new fields, you could just have the watcher on. So you'll typically do this when you're in development mode and you're building your components. And it's a really convenient way to make sure that whatever you have in your application is synced with the GraphQL API you're using. So that's how you use React together with GraphQL Code Generator to actually get some magic in there with the possibility of having end-to-end type safety. You can also use Code Generator for like backend projects. So if you define your GraphQL schema somewhere, you could run it against the schema to get like types for your resolvers. You can also use it with basically anything that's using TypeScript, so it doesn't have to be React. It can also be Vue, Svelte, or whatever front-end framework you're possibly using. So then the question, if you start converting everything to TypeScript right away, well, as most of you are already doing TypeScript, you probably should, because if you're familiar with it, just do it. If you start to go from JavaScript to TypeScript in a project, make sure to do it one by one, because if you start adding TypeScript to the entire project all at once, you probably run into errors. One thing that actually helps you is most of the sort of modern front-end frameworks. They will allow you to have both JavaScript and TypeScript files in the same application. So it really helps you to do this migration one by one, instead of doing this sort of hard migration where you change everything at once. But most of all, maybe if you're not starting to use GraphQL on the backend system, make sure to introduce some sort of type system. So there's also good alternatives for GraphQL if you're trying to get a type-safe system. You could, for example, use tRPC if you want to stick with a sort of more REST approach. But what I really would like people to take away from this talk is start introducing type systems in all your projects, because they will make your life a lot easier, especially if you are planning to work on this project for a longer period of time, or maybe you're not coding every day and you want to make sure that every time you revisit the project, you don't have to put all this work in to actually know what your data looks like again. So that was my talk. I hope you enjoyed it. If you want to stay in touch, you can follow me on Twitter or find me at the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Roy, for the great talk on GraphQL, TypeScript, and how they intercept. It was great. Also, the first time I've seen Spice Girls referenced in a tech talk, so very much appreciated that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Italio. It'll take a few minutes for you to get set up, but while we're there, I will introduce Italio. Italio is a Brazilian speaker, software engineer, and Microsoft MVP in Node.js. And his talk today, he will be sharing about production security issues that may be hiding in your production applications, and some tools, and some free tools and guidance on how you can detect them and prevent them. I'll just give you a couple of minutes to get.
Yeah.
Sure. With that, looks good. And everyone give a warm welcome to Italio.
Yay! Okay, so thank you very much. Let me take a few time to talk about me. As Beth told you, I work in Node.js as a software engineer, and I'm a Microsoft MVP in Node.js category. I work in AWS library too. It's a framework for JavaScript, so please, if you have time, Just access earthjs.org. And I organized the CityJS in Brazil too. So I'm pretty happy to be here in London version. Okay, so let's go there. Be safe using Node.js. The first tip I would like to bring is insecure comparisons. So when we are using Node.js, okay, we have arrays, we have objects, and okay, when we try to access a value inside the array, okay, we use the index, and if we put the value inside the brackets, we will get undefined. Okay, but look, if we are working with simple array, but we try to find length or constructor, it will return something. Oh, okay. So why? Inside our array or object, we have many functions there to be used. You know, like length, concat. We have fill and everything else. And you can access this function trying to access by the name as a value, because all the arrays and all the objects inside JavaScript have the proto, and proto we have many functions there. But what the problem here? Usually, sometimes we, for example, have an alpha and we try to access some value, some key from the user input. We don't sanitize it, we don't check it, we just try to find that value, the user input in your object. So the problem is if the user know you are using Node.js and the user type it constructor, it don't matter if your object have the constructor key, it will pass, because you know, all objects have the constructor key. So you could have a bug here and open for and have a security issue, you know. So how we can avoid it? Basically, for arrays, we can use, it's more recommended to use the has function. So if we look for constructor string there, we will return false. Different if we look for foo, you know. And it's pretty similar with objects. So we use the has on property. If we are taking a key of an object and we use constructor, we will return a value there. But if we use has on property, we will return true. We will return false, and okay, your application will be safer. Nice. So sensitive data exposure. This is a little bit interesting. Maybe everybody know it, but I'm not sure if everybody care about it. So sometimes we are typing some try catch or checking for some errors, and we throw the error, and we don't handle it. And this error, all this error come from the user with the stack trace. And the problem on the stack trace, exposing the stack trace for the user, is because in the stack trace we can have sensitive data there, like the connection string, for example. And I already worked in a project that it happened, and this security issue is expensive. So it's pretty simple, but sometimes it happens, and it's pretty simple to fix it. Just use Node.env production. I know some developers that use Node.env only to choose what CI you need to run, but it's not true. You can use Node.env production, and the Node will care about some things for you. For example, don't exposing your stack trace. So if you forgot to handle some error, and this error go to the user, so okay, your user will receive the stack trace. Okay, and another tip is use the process on unhandled rejection. So there, if you forgot for some reason to handle some error, this error, you arrive here and you can handle it just removing the stack trace or sensitive data or doing, some processing here. Okay. So, oh yeah, it's not related with Node.js properly, but please don't send the error without handling it for the user, because you can share so much sensitive information there. Okay, so logging injection. This one is pretty interesting. So look this. We have a server here, and it's a payment server. In this payment server, we have some logs. Logs is it's a simple thing, but when we are auditing our software for a critical bug, we trust in the log. The log maybe we could use the log in the tribunal. I don't know. We really trust on this. But imagine this scenario. I have a payment service and I'm logging. Oh, payment 123 is processed. Okay. So if I input in my query the ID of this order ID, nice. I will have the log payment 9999 is processed. But what about if I input encoded string instead my ID? I put encoded string and I use the same log format. Maybe a Fided developer that know how the logs works, know the format of your logs, he can follow the same format and put encoded data there. So you will receive inside your log file a fake log, a fake register. So it could be danger because this user could process the company. So when the process is starting to get on and the audit service will take a look on your log, is there? Oh, the payment for X user is processed. So you need maybe give them back the money back or something like this. So you can have somewhat problems if you don't sanitize it, if you don't sanitize the user input. And sometimes it's just log in console log. We don't think, we could have a security issue here. It's pretty simple to solve it. I think the first thing is just do a replace for -n and -r, or you could use some library like Winston or some log libraries like this. You could avoid a root problem in your software, and it's simple. But when it happens, your company expends so much money on this, and the attackers does need one opportunity. So okay, cross-site scripting. Okay, so it's interesting because basically cross-site scripting is insert dynamically HTML inside your website. How it works? Imagine I have input, for example, a comment session, and there I do some inputs, and in another page I read this input. I render it for the users, and here if I input 123, I will print 123. Okay, so what about if I input a HTML, and inside this HTML I put a JavaScript code, a malicious JavaScript code? We will print for the users malicious code, and this JavaScript will run in the browser of others users. So the attacker could do anything here, and it's pretty important when we are working with Angular, React, and everything else. So if you are don't using any framework to avoid it, instead you fill your string inside inner HTML. You could fill it in inner text property, okay? Because there the inner text property will render any HTML, okay? And each browser works in a different way. So it's important if you are working with some framework like React, Angular, Vue.js, because this framework is a little bit complex, so we have many ways to avoid this problem. And each browser works in a different way. So if you want to know how to solve it in each browser, you could type HTML5sec, and there you will find some ways and new ways, because each update you could have new vulnerabilities in the browsers. So yeah, you can find some tips there to avoid this problem. So and if you are working with famous framework, please know your framework, and because these frameworks have some tools to avoid it, to sanitize this input, because sometimes you really need to input HTML. You really need to the user input it. So you need to sanitize it. You need to check if that input is not malicious. So for example, I came a example from Angular, but it exists in React. It exists in Vue.js. So just know your framework, how your framework handle it, and sanitize it. It's pretty important. And okay, so if you are using React, don't input the user input directly in href. Don't use many various 30 libraries, because you will need to take care this vulnerability for each library. For example, if you are using Angular plus jQuery, you will need to take care this vulnerability in this two framework. Maybe sometimes we forgot it, or sometimes we receive some update in some framework and we don't care about it, and we increase the possibilities to have this vulnerability. It's a simple one, but it's important. And never strictly trusting the user input. I think this is it's the most common case we have in security area, because if we trust in the user, we are trusting in attacker, because the attacker is a user. So yeah, and server-side handling, it's good, but it's increased the possibilities, because you are handling the HTML in your server. So the attacker could, type a malicious code there and run it inside your server instead the browsers of the other users. Okay, so malicious and vulnerable packages. I think this is my favorite part, because here, look, NPM have more than 1 million packages. It's a lot. We have everything there. We have interesting packages. We have boring packages. We have packages that do nothing. We have a packet with all other packages, So it's pretty crazy. Maybe I think it's like a hub from Node.js developers. Oh, I'm not doing nothing. I will create a packet. So, and what's the problem here? Look this. I have the Express. It's a famous, I think this is the most famous library in NPM, maybe. And sometimes it's easy to type the name of Express wrong, in a wrong way. Maybe typing 3 times the letter S. And the Express with 3 S could be danger, because this package could be, okay, it could work, because maybe inside it could use some evil, or it could export the original Express, but and you don't see you typed it wrong because it's working. But this package could use an evil inside your application, and it's danger, because okay, it exporting the original Express, your project is working, but your project maybe is collecting information and sending for attacker server, or your project is starting mining bitcoins, or something like this, So it's pretty common to happen in NPM. Another example is Corazem. we have cross-env with I'm sorry, with a symbol in the middle, but sometimes we could forget and install another package, and the package works, it's installed, but we don't saw it because we are running to try to deliver it fast and things like this. So yeah, please take care about these things. It's pretty dangerous. And interesting thing connected with danger package is ignoring the script when we are installing these packages. Because inside the package we have many scripts there, start, test, but we have the post install and pre-install and another ones. You can check it in NPM documentation. But the problem here is when we run a package with pre-install, for example, the OpenCV for Node.js. I love this package. I use it a lot, and it built the Node.js. I'm sorry. It built the OpenCV C++ and provided via Node.js interface. But it need to run a script before install it. It need to run a script to build the C++ project. Okay, the problem here is when I'm running a pre-install, maybe I'm running an installation and complex file, and inside it we could have malicious code. For example, this build JS file is a malicious file. Maybe, I'm sorry, I don't know if everybody could read it because the font is a little bit small. But here the script is downloading a pastbin.com script and running it. Maybe we don't know what we have inside this pastbin script, and a code like this could pass in a PR in a famous project. For example, this file came from SLint, and the SLint is a pretty famous project. They have a strong team behind taking care about the PRs and looking it with attention, but sometimes it could pass. You have a build.js file in pre-install or post-install, and you do a code that don't look like malicious, but it's malicious, and it could pass for the main brain and infect many developers. And it happened, and it's pretty common. It's not common it's common in famous project too. So to avoid it, it's recommended to use npm install ignore script, or you can set it as default using npm config set ignore script true. Okay, or if you want to use in your specific project and don't set it globally, you can type it in .npmrc, okay, and of course never install packets globally with sudo. Why? Because if your packet have a pre-install or a post-install script, that could be a JavaScript script, could be a shell script, could be anything there. You will run it in sudo privilege. So you are, giving for your attacker a sudo privilege, and he could do anything there. Okay, and another problem, node modules is pretty deep. So sometimes the vulnerability isn't in the famous project like Express, like Fastify, like something like this. But look this, I have 6 packages inside my project, but inside my node modules I have 4 packages there. So the problem here is my vulnerability could be inside my sub package, and sometimes the attacker take a little library, a simple library, a library where the maintainer is a new one, is a junior developer that don't know about all the possibilities, you know. So the attacker attack this little packet and it infects everyone. So it's pretty important to ignore the scripts because this. Okay, and sometimes we need it, so just read the post install, the pre-install scripts and things like this, and run it. Okay. So and sometimes we can't read the post install or pre-install from all the packages because it's a lot. And some options we have here is using some commands to audit it and show you the critical vulnerabilities there. Then we have there. We have some options like npm, yarn, you know, and we have some open source but paid projects, the sync task, and my favorite because I work there, the NCM CLI. It's a CLI from NodeSource, and there basically all this package work in the same way, in similar way, of course. You type the npm audit, and it brings for you a whole report. What you will have of critical packets, medium, high packets. It explains if this security issue. I'm sorry, if this issue is about security, or if this issue is about everything else. So use it. It's pretty simple. The npm has native a native function. It's pretty important. Put it in your CI or something like this. It's pretty nice. Okay, and yeah, we have more. So you saw it's little things, but it's important because when we don't care about these little things, we open many doors for the attackers. And as I said, the attacker just need one opportunity. And you maybe will spend so much money in your security process to save your company, your project, your data, something like this. Okay, regex does attack. It's interesting. If you receive regex from the user, maybe your server could get down. Look this, I ran a simple regex and I got 99% of CPU and it take 16 seconds to be run. And I just ran it as a little regex in a little string, and it's just used whole my machine. So imagine I send 5 requests sending these regex. My server will explode. So how can I fix it? How can I receive my regex from the user, because sometimes we need it, and don't explode my server? Just sanitize it. It's pretty simple. We have many libraries to do it, so you can sanitize it and you can check the complexity of your regex. So okay, if your regex is pretty complex that will use 99% of your server, okay, don't run it. It's pretty simple and you save your machine to get down. Okay, so serve. Okay, this one is interesting because sometimes the attacker could put a link in another site. For example, here I used the messenger chat, but I could use my a URL in another website, in a web page or something like this. And when I click in this link, I will do a request for my server. But I'm doing a request for my server using my browser, with my cookies, with my data, with my everything. So if I send, let me see, yeah, if I send a request for the server and I'm logged in the server and I received a help from the attacker to delete my account, for example, I will do a request for the server to delete my account using my alpha cookies, so the request will be executed. And there the attacker could use this vulnerability to do many things, like, okay, delete your account, like I said, but to collect some data, or to give a privileged access for someone, and you know you are doing it because it's happening behind the scenes, in some page, in some mail marketing, in some things like this. So it's pretty simple to solve it. It's just use the cores. But sometimes, we having issues with cores, and we put their hello origin from everywhere, and we forgot it and put it in production. So, and we have many projects that allow cores for everybody. So it's pretty dangerous because, as I said, you open an email. This email do a request from your browser using your cookies, using your data, and this request is accepted and this request is executed. So it's simple, but it's danger too. Okay, so and you could use cores, but you could use some libraries too. We have many libraries in npm that avoid this problem, so it's pretty easy to solve this problem. And case-sensitive routing. This one is interesting. Oh, the GIF is getting pretty slow. Oh my god. Okay. So it's for who use Express. I know we have many options to instead Express, but the Express is the most famous library we have. So I decided to bring it. So what do we have here? We have it's authenticated function, a middleware. This middleware, let me see. Okay, this middleware just check if you are using a security route or don't, and check if you are authenticated or not. Here, we just use this middleware if the routing, if we have the security string in the route, okay? And it's pretty simple. If I access my, for example, dash security dash managing voice, and I'm not authenticated, I will be redirected to login page. Okay, it's great. It's work. It's safe. It's simple. But if I'm using Express, we have a problem here, because if I use the security in uppercase, it don't will use this middleware. I will do a bypass in this middleware, so I will access my route, and it's pretty simple to solve it. We can just use a set case sensitive route, and yes, it's a long string, so we use it and type it, set it true, so we don't have this problem anymore. And the attacker will try this Express security issue in all the projects. No, he will use it when we say we are using Express. And if you don't configure it, I think it's not related only for Express. I think it's in the mostly web frameworks. We have the expired by header, and usually we are exposing what framework we are using. And it's a problem, because if we say, oh, I'm using Express, the attacker will start to explore the Express vulnerabilities. So it's pretty, it's really important to remove this header from your requests. So in Express, you could just disable it, or remove their header before return it for your user. And if you are using another framework, just check the documentation how to do it. It's pretty simple for all frameworks. And yeah, we have another tools to check all these little vulnerabilities that could improve our time. For example, we have the helmet. It's a pretty interesting library, and it avoids many security issues that we have in your web applications. And you just could import it and set there helmet, or you could set it separated security issue by security issue. Another tools, we have the Codus, Horusec, we have the Node source where I work there. Hi, boss. And we have the sync. All these projects is pretty interesting. You can run your CI, receive reports, and things like this. Okay, so use it, and you will have any problem with basic security issues, you know. And of course, don't ignore the dependbot PR. Everybody, it's pretty hard to accept the dependbot PR. You open a project and you have there 50 PRs from dependbots that you don't care. Please care about it and accept it. Maintain your package updated, because, for example, the ESLint, we have a version there that have a secured vulnerability. So maintain your ESLint package updated to don't have problem more, and of course all the others, because all packages could have a vulnerability there. So is this one. If someone has more questions or would like to contact me, please scan this QR code. I'm pretty able to respond any question there, or help you with some security issue that you have, or something like this. And yeah, so thank you.
Thank you, Itali. Fortunately, you know, there's so much security vectors, attack vectors, it feels like it's never ending. And thanks for sharing the tools that can help us, but security is never done, is it? So we're always playing catch up.
Thank you very much.
I really like the comment that developers get bored, they just create an NPM package. That is very true when they get bored. That sounds good. Thank you very much,
Okay,
Talia.
thank you.
Wonderful talk. So we have our next speaker now. Our next speaker is Gift. While she's getting set up, I'll just talk through some of our schedule today. So we have Gift's talk next, and then we will have an hour's break, and then we'll have 3 formal talks in this room around 1:20. If you could be back here for the second set of tracks. See how it's going.
Okay, so I was asking if it's possible to show my speaker notes here.
Yeah, sure. Just take a minute or so to get Gift set up.
Trying to move this here and okay, perfect. Yeah,
Wonderful.
okay. Perfect.
Okay, so wonderful. So we are now joined by Gift. Gift is a developer advocate at Cloudflare, and she has worked in the web development industry for over 5 years, building tools that help businesses scale. Today, Gift will be showing her talk about going beyond passwords. And with that, I'll pass over to Gift. Please give her a warm welcome.
Okay, hi everybody. I'm excited to be here, and yeah, I'm going to be sharing today going beyond password, the feature of authentication, essentially this talk is around, we've been using passwords for like the longest time. What is the next phase like after that? And is passwords even safe anymore? I am Gift. I work as a developer advocate at Cloudflare. I'm also an Auth0 ambassador, so a portion of this talk will touch on Auth0. And also I am CityJS Lagos organizer. All right, if you'd like to follow through, you can scan the QR code to get access to the slides, but let's move forward. Like I said, for the longest time, we've been using passwords as the default way to authenticate people on the web. Most websites that you go to today, they ask you for an email or a username and a password. Even though this is the default, with the rise of cybercrime, data breaches, and bad actors, we're finding that passwords are actually not the best. They've become actually a liability rather than the best way to secure people on the internet. Let's do a quick survey. I know we have a few people in the room, so please ask everybody to participate in this. I would ask you a few questions, and based on the questions on the screen, just raise your hand if you relate to it. So the first one is, have you ever stored your password in a notepad? Whether you've done that before or you still do that, hands. Okay, a few people. Have you used the same password for same account, different account rather? Okay, a few people, me included. And finally, have you used your name or date of birth as your password? At some point. Okay. Now, a few people here raised their hands for some of this, meaning that it's pretty common that people do these things, even till today. But from everything that I've listed, of course, the big thing here is these are not secure ways to, store your password. So last year, I was reading this article from Tom's Guide where they review the worst passwords of the year every year. And this is last year, and you see people still use password as the actual password. People use QWERTY because it's easy to type, right? And these are very insecure password because, of course, it's very easy to hack into these people's accounts and easy for them to be breached as well. So why is this the case? A lot of people find that when you have a form asking you to put your password, you want to enter a password that you can easily remember. The very recent data breach report published in 2021 shows that over 84% of the data breach that happened that year was due to either weak passwords or stolen passwords. Of course, there are guidelines to creating passwords, but are people familiar with it? Not exactly, and the reason behind this is a lot of sign-up forms don't have validations to allow for these cases. So first, if you're creating a password, what guidelines should you follow? You should make sure that they use a combination of uppercase, lowercase, numbers, and symbols. The password that I showed you before, those platforms probably did not check for that to allow them just enter password because that's a weak password, of course. Another guideline to always follow is to avoid using guessable information like your name, your address, or your date of birth. And also try to use different password across your different accounts. And finally, make sure that the password that you're entering is at least 12 characters long. So these are standard guidelines to creating strong passwords. But fortunately, it's still not the default way that people would use to create their passwords, right? There's a website called haveibeenpawned.com. If you visit this website, you can actually check if you have a password that you've reused multiple times. You can see if it's been pawned, if it's been in any data breach over the years. I was testing one of the passwords that I used to use from way back, and I see that it's been pawned in 3 different data breaches. And this is essentially because first it's a weak password, of course, and I reused it in different platforms. So one way to solve for this is by using password managers. You can start using password managers to create and store your passwords. Of course, they suggest more stronger passwords by default. You don't need to remember them because it's stored in your votes. Some examples of password managers that we use today include LastPass, Bitwarden, 1Password, and Keeper. These are great, but is this the solution to creating more secure passwords on the internet? Not really, because even with this, even with using a password manager, there are still password breaches. And the most recent one that I found was from LastPass. Sometime in December or late last year, they had like a big security breach, and a lot of people's passwords was breached, and people had to like start moving away from the platform. So one way to avoid this is by using two-factor authentication alongside your password manager, so that way your vote is more secured. But of course, most people still don't utilize any of these different solutions that I've preferred today. Thinking about passwords, what about passphrases? Is that like the next best thing? Honestly, I feel like it's great because with password, you have to generate first a unique string that has numbers, characters. If you're not using a password manager, I think that's very difficult to guess every single time. But with passphrases, there are things you can easily remember. It could be like the one in the gift there, correct horse battery staple. You can remember that, right? But imagine having different passphrases for different accounts. Now, that's now hard to remember. So I don't think this is the right replacement for password. I also saw this tweet from Angie recently where she was trying to create an account on the platform, and they would generate you a key and ask you to save it. But then when you lose that key, that's the end, right? You cannot get access to your account anymore. I also don't think this is a good replacement for passwords. I even had this happen to me. So I was using an app called Trust Wallet, and I lost my passphrase. And up till now, I still have $200 that's gone because I can't actually get my account back. I can't get that back. But so with everything that I've shared, passwords, the other options that are available, I don't think that those are good replacements for authentication. And we know that authentication plays a key role in our digital, experience. Whatever you want to do online, you're asked to create an account, you're asked to authenticate. So what then is the best approach for authentication on the web? I'm going to be sharing 3 different modern authentication strategies that you can start utilizing as developers if you're building your applications, or as developers if you're building your application. The first one is passwordless authentication, multi-factor authentication, and finally, single sign-on authentication. So I'll show you examples of how these are being implemented and what the benefits are, essentially. So we'll start with the first one, passwordless authentication. Essentially, what this means is it enables you to log into an application without necessarily using a password. They are pretty secure because you need to have access to something that you own. This could either be your phone or a device, for example. There are different types of ways to implement passwordless authentication. You have magic links, one-time passwords, and SMS notifications. Right now, if you also pay attention to the way you are being authenticated to new platforms that you sign into, you find that most platforms these days are no longer asking you for a username or a password. Rather, they just ask for your email, and they use one of these 3 methods. So it's either you get a link when you sign in, and then you are authenticated through the link, or you're sent an OTP, or you get an SMS notification. So I want to show you quickly how this is implemented in real time using Auth0. So first, Auth0 is a platform that allows you to do user authentication using one of their SDKs or API. Here I'm using the Next.js library, the Next.js Auth0 library to implement authentication in this Next app. So first I want to show you a basic authentication route, how it works with Auth0. So essentially how to add username and password to your Next.js app. So the first thing here that I did is, of course, install the Next.js Auth0 library, and then I'm using this I'm also adding the handle auth method, and then I'm using the use user to get the person's email and their first name and last name that they used to sign in, so that I can show that in my application. On the left-hand side, you see this example of the app where I'm trying to sign in using my email and my password, and then when I'm authenticated, I also can see my email, just my email actually. And then Auth0 gives you the functions for login, logout, and also social authentication. Like you see, you have sign-in with Google and GitHub. This is the typical route that we see every time. But how do you then do passwordless with this? With Auth0, you have something called passwordless connections, where you can, on top of what you currently have with the universal login, you can add passwordless authentication using SMS or email. All you need to do is turn on either of these buttons. So for this specific demo, I will be using the email passwordless connection. So what I essentially need to do to set it up is, after selecting email, you can add a custom message. So the message the person gets when they try to sign in, you can add that using HTML, and then on the left, again, you select the specific application. So in Auth0, when you create a new application, it means the application is, with that application, you create API token and API key that you can then use in your application. So my app is called the giftcode.dev. And once I turn that on, the last thing I need to do is also select customized login page. The difference between the previous login page and this is this one removes the password field that you currently saw in the previous demo. And then with that, I go back to my app. You see it's a little bit different form than before. This form has just your email field, and then once I enter my email, I get a code. Of course, I'm not showing my email here, but I copy the code, and then I put that code into this box, and I'm authenticated, right? So you see the difference between the username and password, so the universal login and the passwordless login. The same applies if you're doing SMS. So if I was using SMS, the code generated will be sent to my phone number, and then I can log in. So this is great. I honestly feel like it's a more seamless and secure way to authenticate your users as developers. But what other methods are available? There's also multi-factor authentication. Essentially, with multi-factor authentication, you need three things. You need to have something that you know. It could either be a password, passphrase, or a PIN. You need to have something that you have. It could be a soft or hard token. And then finally, something that you are, so your thumbprint or any other form of biometrics, your face, so when you try to log in using Face ID. So there are different ways to implement this as well. You can either use SMS notification, voice notification, OTP, and WebAuthn with FIDO security keys. So Auth0 gives you different multi-factor authentication that you can use. So on top of your application, so after building your when you're building your application and you want to add multi-factor authentication with Auth0, all you need to do is also in the dashboard, you can select enable any of these methods here. So the first one is WebAuthn. Of course, I have everything disabled now, but I'll show you how that would work if we're using it. On the left-hand side, you see if you have either the Auth0 Guardian one turned on, how it will look in the login form. The Google Authenticator, SMS, and security key factors are also listed in that login form. So this is a sample authentication flow if you're using SMS or voice. So the first thing that happens is, I hope this is visible. So the first thing that happens is in the login form, you're asked to either receive a SMS or a voice call. And whether you choose to receive either, you get a code. And with that code, you can then log into your application, right? So this is on top of your username and password or passwordless, because multi-factor multi-factor authentication requires you to add authentication on top of what you already have. And this one is the OTP flow, where you have an authenticator app, in this case Google Authenticator, and then you try to log in. You, of course, have to connect or scan a QR code to get the actual 6-digit code from your authenticator, in this case, Google Authenticator, and then after that, you can impute the 6-digit code to log into your application. And then the last one is a more recent API called the Web Authentication API, which security keys like Ubico are currently
Here's
using.
some information.
Oh my God. Security keys like Ubico currently use. So how this works is if you try to log into a platform, you're asked to authenticate using your key. So all you need to do is just tap your key and then you get authenticated. And I've seen a lot of companies utilize this, specifically where I work, Cloudflare. We are using the FIDO2 implementation with YubiKey, and Netlify also does the same. And the good thing here is with this, I think this is the most secure way to authenticate people on the web. But of course, the benefit is also it can help stop phishing attacks, right? The Web Authent API is currently supported by most browsers, all except Firefox at the moment. But Auth0 allows you to add it to your app directly by just turning on a button. But of course, if you like to implement it on your own, there are actual JavaScript, TypeScript libraries for you to implement this directly into your app as well. The last authentication strategy is single sign-on. And essentially what this is an authentication method that allows a user to sign into multiple accounts, but using one credential. We can see that example today with Google. So when you sign into your Google account, you see that you have access to Gmail, you have access to Google Docs, you have access to YouTube, but you just used one credential to log in. So that's single sign-on in action. But why is this useful? This is mostly useful for organizations that I've seen where you have different softwares that you use, but instead of creating a new username and password for all these different softwares, you just have one username. Maybe it could be your actual company email and password, and then once you sign into a platform, maybe in this case Okta, you have access to a host of other applications. What are the benefits of using single sign-on? I think the first one is the experience of the user in itself, because of course they don't have to remember so many different passwords that they have. They can just have one credential and they are able to access the different platforms that they are using. It also improves productivity by eliminating the need for you to remember any password. It helps organizations to maintain control over user access and permissions, because they can control who has access to what software and whatnot. And finally, it helps reduce the risk of unauthorized access to sensitive information. There are two main single sign-on auth protocols. So if you're trying to implement this in your application, you find that there are two. So which one do you actually go for? Depending on your use case, there is the OpenID Connect protocol and the SAML protocol. The OpenID Connect protocol is similar to how you'd use Google as your identity provider for signing into different applications. So this OpenID identity layer sits on top of the OAuth 2 protocol, and it allows easy verification of users' identity. SAML, on the other hand, is another open standard format that allows businesses or organizations to authenticate.
Here's what I found.
My series on your road today. So I'll take that again. SAML protocol, on the other hand, is an open standard that allows organizations to communicate user authentication and authorization information. So a typical example is anyone familiar with Okta? Yeah, okay. So if you have an Okta dashboard, you sign into your Okta, you find that you have different softwares or platforms that you can log into. You see that you didn't actually create a new password. You didn't actually create a new password to access them. You just need one. So that's essentially how single sign-on works using the SAML protocol. So I'm going to try to illustrate to you how Auth0 works, or how Auth0 implements this in their platform. So this is a typical non-single sign-on scenario where, remember, for single sign-on to work, you need one credential to access multiple applications. So here I'm trying to say I have two domains, domain 1 and domain 2, and I want, when I sign into the first domain, I don't need to log into the next one. I can just access it. But that's not actually how the web works. You cannot essentially share session or cookies between one domain and another because of something called same origin policy. It's not allowed. As long as they are different domains, you cannot do that. So how does Auth0 actually handle single sign-on? So Auth0 comes in as an auth server or identity protocol on top of this layer. So what they do is when you try to sign in to domain 1, this is a screen that then pops up. So Auth0 is the one handling the session storage, and then they store the session storage as something called SSO cookie. And then when you try to log into another domain, Auth0 will check if you've logged into a previous one and if there is a cookie that already exists, and then they just give you access to the second domain you're trying to log into. The same happens if we have like a domain 3 or a domain 4, right? So Auth0 here is the identity provider, in this case allowing the applications or the software that you're trying to access to be authenticated, because of course they've already stored a cookie. That makes sense. All right. I've shared today with you 3 different ways for you to do authentication that does not include storing passwords. But of course, if you work in a company where that's the default thing you currently do, how do you tell them, how do you adopt modern user authentication solutions? So the first thing, of course, that I would prefer for you to do is conduct a security assessment, see if the current implementation that you have in your system or in your team is the most secure. Now a lot of people are optimizing or migrating from using passwords to using either passwordless or single sign-on. So make sure that you know the reason why you want to do it, and of course the next step would be to choose the right authentication method. So there are these 3 different ways that you could do authentication that would also improve the lives of our users, because they don't have to store passwords anymore. Which one do we actually want to implement? And also make sure that you have strong password policies in your team or platform that you're implementing. Educating your users is also very important, because I find that even if you do all of this on top of putting username and password, and you still don't have, for example, validations, people will still type password as their password, right? So it's not like, if they don't know, if the end users don't know what the risk of storing weak passwords is, at the end of the day, all of this is, I think it's best to educate people, honestly. So yeah. Finally, regularly monitor and update security measures in your team or on the platform that you're building. So with that, I would ask this final question. I'm not expecting a response, but are passwords going away completely? Honestly, I find that maybe in a few years, we'll probably not have anybody asking for passwords again because of all the new ways that are available to allow you to, authenticate without passwords. So thank you so much. I hope you learned something from this talk.
Thank you very much, Gift, for your talk. I really like the way you describe multi-factor as something you know, something you have, and something you are.
Thank you.
So, also agree on the educating users about risk, because if people don't know why they have to type 20-character long plus passwords, then they're just going to copy and paste the same ones and not do it. So, wonderful talk.
Thank you.
Thank you
and
very
thank
much.
you, everyone.
Yeah. And so thank you for our three speakers that started off the morning for us today. We are now going into a break. So, it's going to be around an hour, so the next talk starts in this room at 1:20 p.m, so if you can make your way back here for around then for us to start. We will be doing a quick stream, so if anyone's watching on the stream, we will be playing a video for a little while there. But don't worry, everyone in the room, we're going to play that video live later on in the day this afternoon. So thanks everyone, and hopefully catch you in a little bit.
Hello everyone. I hope you are having a lovely time at the conference in person, because I'm not there in person, hence the video. I'm so sorry, I wish I could have been there, but I live in France and our country at the moment is on fire. Everybody is doing strikes, you see riots, things on fire, the garbage is not being picked up, trams, buses, trains, nothing is going, even planes are cancelled. So I really tried my best to book my travel to London, but it's like the biggest strikes of since World War II. So it's hard to do. Anyway, so let's act like it's 2021 again. We're going to do a video for our conference talk. So today, I want to talk to you about how to sniff out the glue code monster. And yes, I actually said the glue code monster. So let's talk about what that is. But first, my name is Tim Mannix and I'm the Director of Developer Relations at Uniform. And actually at Uniform, we are battling the glue code monster. But how that works and why, we'll get into it. So I work a lot in our community. So I'm an ambassador for things like Nuxt.js, for Algolia, for Supabase. But I also work at the Mac Alliance, where I'm a member of the technical council, where we talk about what is Mac, what is headless, all these things. And so my accent is a little strange. That's because I was born in the Netherlands, but then I live in France and I work with Americans. And so if anything is strange, this is why. So let's get into it. So the modern tech stack is actually pretty awesome, right? But when you start scaling it with all these headless systems and your fancy front ends, it's getting really challenging at scale. And so this is a bit controversial, but I don't think it's going to work when you do really big projects with all the modern tools. So let's talk about that. So essentially, you are the composer of your stack. You're the developer or the architect or the product owner. And so you just grab a collection of the tools that you love, put them together, and then make your channel, website, iPhone app, whatever. But just combining these headless sources doesn't mean you're going to be successful, right? It's not a composable architecture out of the blue. You kind of have to work at it, and generally that's really hard to do. So imagine you tend to start with your CMS, right? Or maybe with your front end, and you kind of connect them up. This is how you start small, but let's imagine now that we're going to do an e-commerce that's going to grow globally over a year. Well, the moment you feel the need for performance and growth, you're going to add a certain types of products. So in this case, we're going to add Cloudinary because images at scale need to be presented fast. You need to be able to crop a face or a product or something, and Cloudinary is amazing for that. And it's also a DAM, so you can store your assets there. So you need to connect everything up. Well, then you might need some search, right? Either for searching a product catalog or whatever, a blog, things like that. So that also needs to be connected because all your Algolia index needs to be filled by a few things. Well, here is your commerce, let's say Shopify. Well, your Shopify needs to be connected to your front end. You need to be able to go to, let's say, a checkout, a bag, things like that. But it also needs to be connected to your CMS, because how else do you grab information from your shop, put it in a page on your CMS, and then show on your front end? All the images need to go there. Your index needs to be able to grab all your product information so you can search your products in a really nice way. You need analytics. You actually need hosting. And then all these services likely have to be connected to this hosting CI/CD stack provider somehow to, when something changes, trigger a new release or do something, right? And so you're going to see a change here means a rebuild, or I don't know, whatever you want to do there. And then, of course, when you grow, you probably need something like HubSpot or CRM-like capabilities, because you might want to send emails, campaigns, whatever. That also has to be connected everywhere. And you see how many things are actually now started to connect. And this is relatively basic. Normally, bigger projects have way more than just this, because they might have legacy APIs and other things that define their business, right? And then the real thing starts to happen. You grow, and you have, let's say you go from Europe to the US, and there they just like a different CMS because something's already built. This is the realistic, scenario. So let's add in a new CMS and let's connect it to everything. You see how crazy this is starting to get? How you are cloning connections, and like, how are these things connected anyways? Do they have app stores? Do they use serverless functions that change data? It's starting to get a little bit mad, to be fair. And so I dare you, try to switch out one of these services because they don't work, or add something else while the thing is running. This is going to be a pretty bad time, and you're going to be this as a developer, right? You change one thing, another thing falls over. How have I integrated this? Oh, I forgot that the dude 2 years ago did this. You're going to be essentially like this guy with this Dyson. This fire is not going to go out. And so essentially you wanted this because you have headless systems. You put code together so it's open, transparent. But after 2 years of like a growing business, you get to this. And this you don't want. And so this is Gludo, the glue code monster. And so essentially, glue code is the thing that connects all these services together. And I mean, we call this glue because it's hard to unstick, right? And so we are able to define if you are using glue code somehow by asking a few questions. So in your mind, think about, or in the chat, just say yes or no if you're dealing with these questions. So first one, do you clean up that messy API response so its data fits your front end? Well, because every API is different, right? And sometimes APIs change, or sometimes a field is just not there. So you need to add some code somewhere to map that data so your components understand it. That is glue code. Or do you just adapt your front-end components to whatever that API gives you? So you add a little bit of cleaning up stuff or lots of like defensive code in your front-end components themselves. That can also work because you might not have like a back-end team or an API developer somehow. So you're just adapting locally. And then there's another one. So do you actually mix your domain data with design-related data in your data models in, let's say, your product category? Or in your product CMS or whatever. What I mean by that is this product is now featured. That adds a checkbox to this domain model so it shows big on the front end. Well, over time, when you keep adding checkboxes and dropdowns to data models, they are muddled with design-related things. And then it's really hard to actually still understand what they're doing. And if you remove something, maybe something breaks. And for that, you need a lot of defensive code and a lot of cleaning up and just extra brain power. And we don't want that glue sitting in between everything, that code that you had to make. So if you've said yes to some of these questions, or like partly, even partly, you are probably pretty good at glue code. And it's actually a fun part of coding sometimes. But wouldn't you like to not have to do that and only deal with like the super fun front end or the super fun API creation parts of your job? Right? And so let's just give you a quick example of what I think about glue code, or like what it could be. And we're doing it with like the most optimistic example. So essentially, let's say you want a list of videos from YouTube, but you want it from an API call from the playlist because you want it curated a certain way. Well, what you do is you query and map the video IDs that you get back, because there's a lot of other data in that playlist API that you don't need. You just need a list with videos, right? So you have a bit of memory where you have an array with a few IDs. Well, then you need to get the information about these videos. Well, then you just go to the YouTube Video API. What you do is you query for each of these IDs, you query the API and you get more information back. But it's kind of a lot that you get back. You don't need it, right? You only need maybe the ID that you already have. You need the title and the image. Maybe that's enough for now. And please correct me if I'm wrong. It could be that the API actually works a bit differently, but this is just an example. So what you'll do, you have a few calls, you clean it up again, and then in the end, you come up with one list of what you use. But YouTube or Google's APIs are really solid, right? Everybody uses them. They're cool. Imagine if this is a less good API. Imagine if it just changes, or if a field suddenly doesn't exist, if it's empty. You're going to have to do a lot of like defensive-like coding, cleaning up things. And if it doesn't exist, you fill it up with mock data, or maybe you don't. That is a lot of messy code just to get this list of videos, right? And what if you have to go to Vimeo suddenly? What do you do with this code? You just toss it away? It kind of feels a bit icky to have this. So, glue code is a highly defensive code which fetches data and cleanses it, right? And so glue code creates technical debt, and it tight couples specific code to specific services. And sometimes that's fine. You need a little bit of glue maybe, but too much glue and you cannot change anything anymore. You cannot adapt, you cannot innovate. And the more tech debt you have, the slower you get, the more upset your developers, the more developers leave, and suddenly there's no longer a team.
Boy, that escalated quickly.
Now what?
We need to get rid of the glue code monster, essentially. And so there is a way. And so the way to unglue this whole system, or this whole approach with all this crazy code, is something we like to call digital experience composition, or we call it DXC, which is yet another acronym we're throwing in your faces here. I'm sorry, it's yet another one, but this is actually something that, to me at least, having worked with these large systems as a developer lead, it changes the game. And even if you're a junior developer or you don't really understand all this yet, this is a thing that's going to help you going forward. So essentially, right now, when you don't have DXC, you're the guy on the left. Or maybe your boss is the guy on the left who sits on the pile of all the cables, knows exactly where they go. But what if this guy is not there? Do you know how to find these cables? How to untangle one thing? It's pretty hard, right? And so what DXC does is actually give you the thing on the right, which is still hard to understand, but it's a lot more organized. And it's more friendly to different disciplines, but we'll talk about that later. So essentially, this is how you would build a page nowadays. Let's say this is your page. There's a hero component with a campaign, and that's connected to a CMS. Well, maybe the image comes from the DAM system. Then you have another little component which is connected through Algolia, because potentially this is just a search result or a personalized thing that's similar to something else showing on the page. And then there's a product where the image comes from the DAM system again, and then the product is selected from Shopify. So you see how many connections are on one page here. What do? You have to kind of connect to them for the front end, and you kind of code all these things together. That's pretty messy. It works, but why if you change one thing? What do? Your content editor is going to be calling you. It's like, hey, dude, can you just change this thing? I want to have like 5 products here. And you're like, yeah, but I have to code something. And of course, there is in between solutions, but this happens more than you think. And so the DXC, the digital experience composition layer, sits in between here. So all these systems, they actually connect to the DXC, and then the front end connects to the DXC as well. And that kind of sounds like an API aggregator, but it's actually way more. Because essentially, if you do this right, you get preview of your page independently of whatever is connected to it, right? You get freedom to choose your stack, because if there's one endpoint, you can go to, Next.js, Nuxt. Maybe we go Astro, because why not, right? Island architecture for the win. You get to choose. It doesn't matter. This, of course, is the same thing as if you did it another way. You can always choose what you want. But here, if you wanted to, you can go to SvelteKit in 2 weeks if you have the time to rebuild, but you then actually don't have to care about how it's connected. Anyways, because you have all the sources here, you can actually add something like personalization, for example, without having to worry, how do I do personalization in Shopify, and how do I do it in my CMS, and how do I do it in my search engine? You can actually do that across these systems without a problem. And the beauty is, if you do it right, which I'll show you in a sec, you can actually have a no-code editor on the front-end side of things that is agnostic from how you do all your code. And so content editors will be very happy with you for once, right? And so this is the traditional page. And here sits the DXC around it, which will then essentially just connect to all the services for you. And you can talk to the DXC. And it's a very light SDK, which is very interesting, right? You suddenly have less to worry about. And so this does give us a new way of how we create pages, like the separation of concerns between where data lives and where design lives, where your design-driven system is actually different. So we should talk about that for a sec. And so we have domain data versus design data. And in a DXC system, this is actually separated out much more than you're used to right now, because such a system doesn't really exist. Well, there's some of them, like a backend for frontend has part of it, an API aggregator has some of it, a monolith CMS has some of it. But in this case, we separate it out more. So domain data is the data that defines your brand or your customer's data, your customer's brand, like products. They sit in one place in a product inventory system or whatever you want to call it. And you can use those in 10 years, or you can use those next month, and they keep being enriched and made better, but it's very clean data. Your design data, however, sits on your front end, and kind of you want to maybe make something featured. You do that in your front end. You add a checkbox in your data model in your design data. And so an example could be, imagine you have an events website, right? Like City.js. You guys have a ton of different events in different cities. Well, the event data sits in the CMS, like venues, speakers, addresses, times, whatever. It's all data modeled, really neatly data modeled in your system where that's supposed to happen. But now it's City.js, right? So last week on the website, you're going to push for City.js London. That's a featured event. Well, what you would do without a DXC is you go to your data model in your CMS and you add a checkbox for it's a featured event right now. And you maybe add a drop down for make the font a bit bolder and make it a red background, because we can. And over time, the more and more this happens, more of these little checkboxes and drop downs come in. And so what happens if you kind of see this event in a different context? If it's in a search result, these checkboxes make no sense, right? So you're dirtying up your domain data. And so when it's bigger and you have a multi-tenant operation, somebody in Malaysia might say, I don't need that checkbox. Let me just remove that because I'm cleaning up my data model, because it's hard to edit and understand. Then somewhere in Germany, your website is just dead now because the data is no longer there. This causes you technical debt, glue code, complicated stuff. So what you do is your domain data stays clear, and you have another system where you do all your design related stuff. So things like featured event, that's a title that makes no sense in CMS because it has no context. It's just a little string. But when you put it in your design data for that page, in that context, for that week, it makes total sense. So all the checkboxes, all the variants in like how does it look, that's design data that sits in your DXC, and your domain data stays around it. So it's a very clean separation. And so this benefits developers quite a bit. So let's talk about that. So for front-end people, so your components are now completely agnostic. They don't know what it connects to. Your components are design system components, essentially. Your props are your props. This is how it was designed. This is how it's used. You don't have to worry about more than that when you have a DXA. So essentially, you make a front end that is stupid. I know it's kind of silly to say, right? But the more stupid your front end, the less prone to error it is. The less glue code you need to morph things so it fits your component. That all happens in the DXC. You can literally say in a DXC, this is my component that sits in the front end and in my DXC. And these props I need. So you connect the props to an external system in your DXC directly to the fields, and it just goes one-to-one to your front end. Your front end is stupid. Believe me, you want that. And then so when you're full stack, or whoever is full stack, you can kind of, if you want to connect anything to the same way in any front end, or in any framework. And so you can basically, if you wanted to, have the DXC map all these props for you directly. Or if you want a little bit of glue, or you need to change something because maybe you have to go deeper into whatever query it is in your CMS and follow some connections, you can actually do that in a really nice way because there's an SDK from this DXC to do that. And so doing things the same way is much easier with unit tests. It's much less brain power. Everything gets better, right? And so if you can choose whatever front end you want, you can host it anywhere, you can render it any mode you want, right? So freedom is cool. And so the agnostic stupid front end is actually pretty awesome. And so this, for example, is my homepage. I recently released this using the DXC from Uniform, because Uniform is actually DXC. I can't believe I'm only telling you now, but it is. And so essentially, let's just have a look at how this was built. So we have the DXC, which is Uniform, and it has a slug to a certain composition, which is this page. In this case, the slash, because it's home. And so this hero component is basically represented in the front end. This is my Next.js code. It's a hero component with a few props that's represented in the DXC as well as a hero component with a few props. And so this now has a Cloudinary image, but it also has like a title and stuff, and we'll get there in a sec. Well, then I have latest videos, which is also represented in the DXC. And for me, I just connect to YouTube, get the latest videos in the DXC, so the front end doesn't connect to anything. Then my upcoming talks, that component actually talks to Contentful. That's where I add these, but it can also be in Sessionize or any other place, maybe Notion, where you just write down all your talks. This just connects to the DXC. Frontend doesn't know. Then you have your latest writings. And in my case, actually, these comes from dev.to because I like to write there. And so when I click on one of those, I just go to the external system where my domain data lives, right? And so we still have these titles, right? Latest videos, upcoming talks, Tim Bennix, blah, blah, blah. These are actually stored in the DXC because they are context-based to this design. Because when I decide not to have upcoming talks there, but do something else, that data shouldn't have to live in some CMS. You just type it in. So in that case, a DXC is almost like a little design data-related micro CMS. But it's not a CMS. It just points to stuff. And so right now, this is hosted on Vercel with Next.js 13. And Uniform's data, I chose, in this case, comes from the CDN edge that Uniform has, which means my dynamic data is cached on the CDN edge close to me. So this is an SSR website. And it's rendering in like 100 milliseconds or less per page, which is pretty epic. And so let's see a bit about how Uniform actually stores that stuff on the edge. So basically what you get is there's a composition with a bunch of components in the DXC. Then that becomes JSON. It's basically just a REST API to get all that information. It can either be a pointer to a thing elsewhere, or it's actually all their props already just stored here. And that actually then, talks to all these systems. And then whatever came out of that is enriched, because this JSON composition is initially is just, I'm pointing to some external services, right? Then it goes to the CDN edge, where it actually is enriched with all the information that you need and cached there. And then it goes to your front end. And the front end has a relatively light SDK to just talk to that enriched CDN edge endpoint. And so there is an extra thing though, because you might want to hook in to whatever comes out of Uniform. For example, it could be that for my Cloudinary image, I only get an ID, but I might actually want to get the alt tag. This is just an example, right? So you get hooks in the Uniform SDK to be able to just get the initial data and then query other systems. And then enrich that and then send it to your front end. So if you wanted to add just a little glue just to do the things that you need as a developer, you can. And so this gives you a bunch of freedom, right? And so my front end component in this case is just a simple one. It doesn't know about anything other than these are my props. This is how I render it. Keeps it very simple. If I wanted to change this in Vue, no problem, just works. And so it's not just a backend for front end, but it's also not really an API aggregator because it does a few things more. So I actually made like a little video of how I edit my website. You can see I'm visually editing this. right? So I'm adding a little list here, right? And I want it to be a grid. So let's just fill out a little title. And so this title represents an atom for front-end component in my front-end. You see it directly renders. And here you can add loops. And I've added a data model to find my latest YouTube videos. And that data model is set up in the DXC. Then you just assign whatever comes out of that API, you assign it to your props. And so literally what you see on the right here are the props of my component. And so you can set it to video, add a title. Well, in this case, description is not really needed, I think, but why not? You can add the date, and then there's adding the media, and you see it literally build up over time when I add this stuff. And this way, you can add a bunch more things because you can actually add like personalization related stuff, changing things up. So this actually is agnostic to the tech. It just works with this very light SDK. So developers are pretty happy with that, hopefully. But then content editors can visually do this. This is literally my live website being edited in draft mode. When I hit publish, it actually rebuilds or whatever. In this case, nothing happens because it's SSR. It just has to cache on the CDN. And so we went from this to this. It's a lot more exciting and a lot more structured. And it also helps you to, like the thing is, it can be as small as you want because you can essentially just have this old system and slowly start integrating with the new system. And then over time, you just grab a little bit more into the new system and you're good to go. And so this is what I wanted to talk to you about. And so if you're interested in this whole approach and you like what you heard, Uniform is actually one of the only ones to do all this. There's a few other companies touching upon it, like Netlify is going in a certain direction, but only code. Then you have other systems that touch it, but not fully. And so if you're interested, you can just join our Discord. You can scan the QR code or just go to uniform.to/Discord so we can chat about this because it is a really exciting way for the future. And so thank you very much. If you like this, feel free to follow me either on Twitter or on YouTube. And thank you for sitting through a video rather than me being in person. And next time I'll be there. Cheers. a lovely time at the conference in person because I'm not there in person, hence the video. I'm so sorry. I wish I could have been there, but I live in France and our country at the moment is on fire. Everybody is doing strikes. You see riots, things on fire, the garbage is not being picked up.
coming back, and if you're just joining us now, welcome. So next up we have Benjamin, who is from Vonage, and he'll be sharing around leveraging low code. So please welcome everyone, Benjamin.
Thank you everybody for joining us today. Hope it's going to be a fun, quick lecture, and you walk away knowing how to build some cool new stuff with low code. So a little overview of what we're going to do today. Tell you a little bit about myself. 2 words, don't worry. Not too much. A little bit about what Vonage is. Talk about conversational AI. So that's the technology underlying product AI Studio, which I'll show off today in a demo. And then we'll go through the demo, show how you can build conversational AI agents in the AI Studio, and how very quickly you can make powerful applications by combining it with a simple backend like Airtable, and then we'll do like a real-time alert message going out over Postman, mimicking server without having to build anything. So, as I promised, a little bit about me. My name is Benjamin. I work at Vonage for 3 years. Started back here in London 3 years ago with a familiar face, Mercini. So it's always fun at these developer events, seeing who might come back around in your career. Before that, I thought I wanted to be a lawyer. After interning for a law firm for like 4 years, I realized that sounded horrible and terrible, and I'd hate my life. Somehow stumbled into coding, understood that building stuff is just like gives you this piece of satisfaction of completing something, and that like you hit it, it works, it runs, you can go home and call it a day. So then I started working at this coding school called Lewagen. There's an awesome campus here in London. I worked there also for a few weeks. And then going to developer events, I went to a meetup at the Vonage office in Tel Aviv. So I don't know how many people here are students in the university, but I really, really applaud you and encourage you to keep coming to developer events like this. It's honestly the best way to meet other developers, meet people working in the ecosystem, and then most importantly, find a job. And that's how I got my job at Vonage, was just going to the office, seeing this incredible 39th floor office where you can see the whole of the city. They have a chef. They got, amazing food, amazing beers, like ping pong on the roof. And I was like, I want to work here. And when I went to that meetup, at first I was like, wait, but what is this Vonage thing? Because I grew up in the 90s where there was these weird commercials that were like orange, and they had this weird jingle, and people were like falling off of a roof and getting hurt. And at the end, it was like, doot, 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 that's Vonage, don't pay too much for your telephone company. And I go to this amazing office, and I'm just like, why does this telephone company have 150 developers in Tel Aviv, and why do they have a chef, and why does everybody seem so happy here? So then I came to find out Vonage has pivoted away from that. We're doing communication APIs. I specifically work in the API division. We do a lot of communication tools and software to help companies with their voice, video, messaging, help them communicate with their customers or communicate internally. Like I said, I'm in the API division. Plus, we got acquired in July. My boss always likes us to mention that. It was perfect timing. Right before the economy went to shit, Ericsson said, here's a load of cash, and made us all very happy. The last bit of sales I'll say is we have some awesome developer programs. We have this thing called Developer Spotlight. So you can basically play around with some of our APIs, build some sample applications, and then write about your experience, and we'll pay you $500. We have a Vonage for Startups program. So that's an equity-free program where if you have a startup and you want to use our APIs, we'll really set you up with engineers and product managers inside the company to help you get like the hands-on tailored like service that you need. And we also give you API credits, obviously, for free. Our developer documentation is amazing. And lastly, we have a developer community on Slack. So if you have any questions or trying to reach out to people in the company, especially people in the developer relations team, where they're monitoring and helping with the community. So if you ever need to add SMS or WhatsApp or video calls or phone to your applications, reach out and we'd be happy to help you. Most importantly, take a picture of this. You get some free API credit for coming to this talk. This helps me and Lucinda keep our jobs. So take the API credit. You don't have to sign up with your credit card or anything, but you'll get 10 euros, I think. And using the AI Studio program, you could buy a phone number for like 70 cents, and $10 will get 10 euros will get you like a year of service on there. Okay, so the more important stuff. Let's talk about conversational AI. AI and chatting has been kind of in the news a lot lately. You might have heard of it. Does anyone have any idea what is conversational AI? Don't be shy. I saw a hand. No? Put you on the spot. Nathaniel, what is conversational AI?
Being able to message and communicate with an AI as if you were speaking naturally like a human.
Perfect answer. Yeah, conversational AI is basically just being able to speak with a computer as if you're speaking to a human. It sounds real fancy, but all it is basically bots that developers are creating so that humans can go and get information from a computer without having to speak to a human. In our AI Studio, we have two main features of AI that kind of are in the platform. ASR, so automatic speech recognition. That's kind of what we take for granted these days. You call in, the computer can turn that audio recording into something that it understands, turning it into text and words, which you can use in your code. And then NLU and NLP, and that's where the computer takes basically text and categorizes it into the different parts of speech. So with that extraction, basically, like with this picture, you can kind of understand it a bit better. We as humans, we take it really for granted that when we say the dog wants a treat, what is a dog? A dog is a noun. Who does it relate to, right? What is the actor? What is the verb? It's wanting something. What does that mean? What is an adjective? So the NLU is breaking that all down. And I don't know if anyone here has tried to build chatbots on their own, but the fun part as developers is building out the logic. But when you're building out chatbots on your own, a lot of it is building up the user expression so that the computer actually knows, like if you say the dog wants a treat is the same as the dog is hungry, right? At the end of the day, what the dog's intent is the same, and you want to end up mapping it probably to the same flow. But you can imagine all the different ways that a human might write that in. It starts to get really messy, really boring, and kind of sucks. So the beauty of AI Studio is it has a very powerful engine underneath that maps all of these expressions, and I'll show you in a little bit how you just have to add a few examples, and then it'll start to generate it for yourself. And you don't have to spend a lot of time as a developer building out these banks of user expressions. So about AI Studio. Somewhere, someone in marketing in Vonage said, what is AI Studio? It's a no-code, low-code conversation designer that empowers both developers and non-developers to design, create, and deploy virtual agents that operate in natural language. Okay, what do we care about that? We don't. Basically, what is AI Studio doing is that it's helping us automate customer interaction. So most of the time in businesses, people are more or less looking for the same thing, right? And you don't want to have to pick up the phone and explain to 5 million times, your frequently asked questions. So what we can do is use our chatbots to improve these user experiences. And it's not like chatbots and voice bots are new. They've been around since the 70s. But even in all this time, there's still a few problems that come about. One, I'm sure all of you have had this feeling sometime not too long ago. You call into like a robot, what's like the most bureaucratic thing you can imagine in the UK? Like, as an outsider, I'm going to say the NHS. That's a thing, right? So I don't know. You pick up the phone, you say, I need to schedule an appointment, and then it's like, I didn't understand that. Or then it takes you to somewhere else, and instead of scheduling an appointment to your dentist, it connects you to like a cardiologist maybe. And you're just screaming there like, human, 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 because you just want to speak to a human. So even after 30, 40 years, we're having these bad experiences where, because companies don't want to spend the required money to build out these chatbots, they don't really work. On the other hand is for something that seems so basic that we're all used to, again, if you're a developer starting from scratch building this, you have to build out all of these flows, all these user expressions that have been done a million times before, and it's not fun because it's literally just building kind of like decision trees, right? So what does AI Studio do? As I said before, it comes built with this NLU engine, so you don't have to spend your time dealing with the data so much, and it's a drag and drop no-code platform. So while we can add low code on, or we can add our code on top, we'll see how webhooks get played into this, so you can integrate it with any other application you might have. You can already build out a full agent just using the nodes, dragging and dropping them. So key concepts. This is what the dashboard looks like when you go to make an agent. You have 4 different types of agents. Telephony, so that's going to be a voice agent. WhatsApp is a WhatsApp agent. SMS, and then HTTP. So the cool thing is you can build out all your logic inside of AI Studio, and then if you still want to keep your user interface inside of your application, you can just send the request over HTTP to the AI Studio platform, and then get back that information to your application, but never leaving your own app. So this is kind of how it looks like every more or less no-code platform these days. You have on the left-hand side your list of nodes, you drag it, you connect it, and you start adding in your information. And so this is kind of what Flow will look like in the end. So what are we building today? I was trying to think of what kind of app to build for these conference when I was coming last week. So I reached out to Lucinda and I said, what's happening in the UK lately? And she was like, I don't know. And then only one thing really came to mind. So can anyone guess what's in the news all the time lately in the UK?
Arsenal.
Oh, man. How did you know that I'm a Spurs fan? So we're not going to talk about that. Have you heard of the upcoming coronation? Maybe it's been in the news. I don't know. So basically we're building a little agent that helps someone find out information of the upcoming coronation, where they can watch it, and that they could sign up for live updates. And obviously, just to make it fun, at the workshop we did the other day for the CityJS workshop, I gave out some crowns. Don't worry, won't humiliate anyone with crowns today. So even before you get started in the AI Studio, just like building out an app, I really recommend starting with a mock-up. So this is just how I try to mock it up. I create a key for myself of the different kind of nodes. So you have sending a message, collecting input, classification, conditions, integrations, kind of just create your different types of nodes that you might use, and then build it out in a picture because it's just a lot faster to get going with a picture, especially if you're working with other people. You can be on the same page and make sure it all works. So in the app today, what we're going to do is we'll start with just a welcome message. It'll say, how can I help you? Sorry if it's kind of blurry. I'm just going to read it out. It's going to ask you, how can I help you? Then it's going to grab that input from the user. And we only have a couple of different intents here. Intents is basically like the user's mission. Like when they get to the very end of the flow, they'll be happy if they reach this intent. So we have just 2 different intents. One will be, I want to find out where I can watch the coronation, depending on where I'm located. And the other one is, I want to sign up for live updates. For, I don't know, my mom is one of these people who wakes up for every time there's like a royal wedding, anything royal. She's in the Midwest in the US. She wakes up at like 2 a.m. to watch this. So I'm imagining that she's going to get these live updates of, here they've revealed the crown and now the crown is being put on his head. And I obviously don't know what happens in a coronation. So this is just how the sketch looks. And then we'll have our third flow, which those 2 flows are inbound. So what that means is the user texts into the number and then the agent responds, right? But you also want to have an outbound flow, which is, on Tuesdays, your business has a deal on tacos. So you want to send all your VIP customers, tell them, here's the code to get special tacos on Tuesday. In this situation, we're just going to pretend there's like some live updates in the coronation. So we'll show how to do that outbound flow also. So without further ado, we'll do a demo. And, oh no, 1 second. Just 1 second. I need to yell at my colleague that he's blocking my demo. Even though I told him about this. Or we're going to switch it up really fast. Okay, cool. Uh-oh. Okay, and we're back. So I'm not going to build this out. We don't have time, but also it's the most boring thing in the world, I think, to watch somebody type, copy, paste, or like write code or anything like that. But basically what you have here, like I said, is you have all your nodes on the side, and here you have your canvas where you work. So like I said, you have your conversation nodes. So if you want to send a message, if you want to collect input. I didn't even talk about how we work with variables in the AI Studio, but basically variables we call parameters, but it's just the same as you would expect in JavaScript. These parameters have different data types. That's what we call entities. And then, like I said, users have intent. So we need to build up like a bank of what are the different intents that we want them to reach. You see some more advanced features here, like you can access all the contacts who have used the app. You have tags, so that can be used in reporting. At the top here, you have a tab for reporting, so you can diagnose what's actually happening in your flows. Like if people are getting stuck at a certain node, you can see where they're getting stuck. You can see if they're making one decision like 80% of the time. You get all that back in the report, or you can see if something's breaking, for instance, like a webhook. Here, the different events, so inbound, outbound. And then because these flows, this is a very basic flow with just a few nodes. But in production, some companies have like hundreds of flows. So to make it a little bit easier to work with, you can break it up into subflows. So like we had in the flow in the mockup, you have your starting point. Then we dragged in here a welcome message. You can see in the welcome message and also in the collect input, because it's a WhatsApp agent, we have a few different types of messages. So you have text, image, location, which is a nice one, videos. So you can really enhance the customer experience by using the different kinds of message types instead of just sending like raw text every time. And I don't know, I'm sure most people have experienced this. You know, when you're using a WhatsApp agent from a business, you have those like fun buttons you can press, right? Like yes or no, or there's a list. So you have that here in the collect input. So in the last message, it said welcome to the coronation, and then here, how can I help you? You see that here we had to add a parameter. So we created a parameter, called it topic. So that's going to be the variable where we store the user's response to that question. So you say, how can I help you? We're expecting text. We could also do a reply here if it was like a yes or no question, a list if you had like a lot of different options and they needed to select one. So then we get to kind of the fork in the road. So we've asked our users what we can help them with. And even in this app, we just have two options. So logically, if they just have two options, maybe we would use a condition. So we have a condition node. And just like in code, but just like with drag and drop, with clicking and pointing, you can select a variable. You can say, is it equal, depending the value. Say true. Now it creates a condition. So here we'll call it topic equals true. And then maybe we would have a second condition, like topic equals false. And now we can see that if we wanted to use a condition for this situation, all we have to do is connect it. If it's true, then here now we want it to go in this direction. Or if it's false, maybe we want it to take a different path. But conditions are very limited, right? And we'd have to write out each condition we want. And it's also not very good user interface because we would have to check that the user types in exactly the value that we're expecting, right? But what we have is a classification node. So classification here is using that NLU engine. So again, we need to select our parameter. So let's say, again, topic. So we can say classify topic. And then we would need to pick an intent. We'll use the pre-built intents that I'd already created, but just to show how it goes. So let's say the intent is the user, I don't know, wants to, say, order pizza. And then, so how are we going to know if the intent is to order pizza? We'll have to pass in some user expressions. So we might have to say, we might expect the user to say, I want a pepperoni. Or cheese and mushrooms. Or how, I was going to say how much is a pizza, but we then might not be ordering a pizza. We might be asking for a price. So that might be a different intent. If they just want to say order pizza, maybe we'll say, I would like to order a pizza. Or what we, as developers, often mistake is that, oh, we're going to have the perfect user every time. But usually, people are not the perfect user. So they might just say, like, pizza. Or pizza, please. And the cool thing is now that we have a few in here, the engine creates these suggested user expressions. So it's kind of funny what it picked up here. I want a mozzarella, I want a salami, cheese and onions. So here I'd like to order pasta. You see, we might need to give it a few more expressions so it zeroes in. But you can already see, especially for something that's not as kind of wide-ranging as ordering a pizza, how helpful this would be that you can just say click, 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 without having to write those out yourself. And then again, after you add them, it'll refresh and regenerate more expressions. So it makes it a lot easier to build that out as well. So that's how the classification works. And it's kind of the same as the conditions, where you just start to build up here like a list of your intents. And now you have the drag and drop where it goes in the flow afterwards. So let's delete the pizza one. But here we have, back to our coordination app, we have the two different flows, finding locations for where people can watch the coordination and signing up for those alerts. I called it promotions, but signing up for those alerts. So let's continue with our first flow, the locations. Then if we have the location, we want to ask them, if we know that they're looking for location, we need to ask them where they're going to be. So we grab that information again. And now, how are we going to know, even if we know if they're like in London, or if they're in Liverpool, or if they're in Tel Aviv, how are we going to actually tell them where they should be watching the coordination from? Like, nothing inside of AI Studio actually helps us with this, right? So we need some kind of a back end which will hold all of our information. So what I've done is use another low-code tool, Airtable, very nice. It's kind of like Excel with superpowers. So here I've just mapped a few different places to a few locations. Google told me that the cricket club in Liverpool is the best place to watch the coordination. Yeah, I don't know. Supposedly they have a huge TV. So what we're going to do is then send a request to Airtable. And Airtable is great because they have lovely developer documentation, which if you just click here, it already starts to build out your request for you. And then you can do a lot more with some filtering on top, as we'll see. So here we just grab that request that Airtable created. We need to pass through our API key here in the header. And then, why do I not have... here there should be filtered by formula. So here we pass through an Airtable query, just like you would in SQL or any other backend language. So basically what we're doing here is we're telling Airtable to search in that base, because we give it here this app ID, says which table we're looking in, and then it goes into the locations. And here we're saying search against location. So this $ location is the parameter that we stored earlier from the user input inside of AI Studio, and then we're going to search it against the city column. And so I hope that this works, since it seems the colleague that was working in here deleted something. AI Studio has this nice search feature where you can run the request here beforehand to test it. So it looks like we're getting it back. We're getting back all of our cities, and I don't know why it's dropping our parameter here. That's kind of weird. But we can see that we've made that webhook connection, because we're getting back Liverpool, Tel Aviv, London here. And then if you see, there's a tab here called test results. So actually in the webhook, we have a feature called response mapping. So what that does is whatever that JSON object you're getting back from your webhook, it'll look, we saw how it looks, right? It looks like this, like we have an object, it has key records, which inside has a table of all the different records. But how do we get access to it? So that's through this response mapping. And basically, as long as you use the right keys here, using this notation with just like the arrays, you can go in by key. So going inside of the object to records, then going into the first record, then going to the field, and then going to the city, we see that we're getting back that first record is Liverpool, and what is the suggested place to watch in Liverpool is the cricket club. So we see that that's working. Amazing, beautiful, super powerful. Now that we have our agent connected to a backend, basically have an application, right? So now we have that the watch location suggested we can use inside of the AI Studio. So now we just want to send a little message to our user, and we could test this either in WhatsApp itself by publishing it. So you'd have to buy a phone number from Vonage. In the UK, the numbers are super cheap. It's like 80 cents a month. And then you'll connect it to the agent. Or here we have a very handy-dandy tester where it mimics exactly the WhatsApp experience. So let's try out that first flow. We'll put in location. Put in London. I really hope that it didn't break with... Okay. It's using Liverpool answer. So something in the filter is not working right, but we can see that we're grabbing the data from the Airtable and then putting it out here. So it needs a little bit of fine-tuning, but it's basically working. And because we have a very short demo, I'm going to hurry it up. Okay, so that was our first flow. We said we were going to do 3 flows. That was the first flow. We did the most important basic function, which is connecting our agent and grabbing information. Now, what we want to do is, from our agent, we want to pass information to our database. So that's what we called our sign up for promotion. So here I just said the user expressions I put in were like, let me know what's happening, sign up, et cetera, et cetera. The other cool thing about the AI Studio, especially when you're using a WhatsApp agent, is these parameters. So you have custom parameters, but then you also have system parameters. So because we're in WhatsApp, we already know something like the user's profile name, and we know the sender's name. So already, as soon as the user is telling us, I want to sign up for promotions, we can already make that request and send the information to our database without having to, say, what's your phone number, what's your name, all this kind of stuff. in practice, you might want to confirm that the WhatsApp name that they created when they were 16 years old isn't the name that you want to store in your database. But again, it's very similar to the request we just made. We change get to post, send it to now our customers table in our data in our Airtable. Here in the body, we're going to pass through. Again, this is straight from the Airtable documentation, which just tells you what it's expecting in the fields. Here we'll pass through the profile name and the sender phone number. And actually, this one I want you all to test. If you can scan it, and then when you start the flow, just say something like sign up, or just say sign up. And you should be able to send a request and then get a confirmation that it was added. And I really like that everyone here just took out their phone and started taking a picture without asking me, where is their phone number going? It's not going anywhere. I'm deleting this. I'm deleting like this table after this demonstration. I'm DevRel. I'm not like sales. I don't want to heckle you with bombard you with spam. So if people are getting like, is it working? Yeah. Oh, I hear WhatsApp pings. Yes, no? I see in the middle row, there's some hesitation. Yeah? Oh, okay. Okay, so here's the big drum roll. If it all works, we're going to open our Airtable, and we're going to see under the customers table. Wait, refresh. Wait. Lucinda, you said it was working. Weird. Did you get like a message back?
Not after the
Okay. Okay, maybe. Let me just try one thing. 872. I think I changed the. Yeah. I was trying to debug something earlier. Changed out this API key. And so let me just put in this API key, and then it should work. And as long as I get one person to get it to work, it'll make my day. Okay. Well, now you have the agent. So if one person can just say, hey, agent, sign up, and then we'll see it in the database, and everybody gets their money's worth. Yeah? Cinda, you got a message back? No? Ah, okay. Okay, so this is why you put your colleagues in the crowd. Wow. See, at the 2-hour workshop, everything ran very smoothly. Trying to get it to go in 30 minutes. Invalid permissions. Oh. We just did it on this one. Oh, okay. I think I know. And if this doesn't work, Nathaniel will have a good laugh at my expense. Coordination, 30 minutes. So just gonna generate new token. And request to the customer's table, and it's in this one. Like I said, nothing better than watching somebody debug live. It's the worst thing, I think, for both of us. Just make sure that this is the right app. 1C, okay. Okay, so now it should work. Lucinda, try it really quick. So that, I don't know if y'all caught on, but I was thinking, if I'm doing a coronation app, who's signing up who didn't get invited to the coronation? You got the message? Okay, you know what we can do? Because here it said that it went through. What we're going to do is just in the test request, I'm going to show you. So here we can actually put in some test data. So who's the famous British person? Who? David Beckham. Okay. And phone number will just be 55555. Okay. So now we have our test parameters. We're going to try send it. Looks like it was created because we're getting back a response. And David Beckham. So it's connected. Okay, so now we've seen two flows. Something's really buggy here today. But we've seen the two of the three important flows, which is that we can get information from our table, send information to our table. And the last one is that we want to do an outbound request. So once we have information in our table, we can trigger it anytime we want. So what I've done here is I just created a collection in Postman. So collection allows you to basically chain requests one after another and store variables as if you have like a server with variables that persist between each request. So in the first request, we're getting back our contacts. It's the exact same endpoint that we did before with the same headers. And now I've changed the key. So that's why you don't change stuff in the middle of a demo. So here we're getting back our records. We see we have Harry, Megan, and David. Amazing. But what we want to do is that we want to get each record, and then we want to send to the AI Studio because we want to send one message to each contact, right? So you have one post request where you tell them who's the contact and what's the message you want to send. So how we do this in Postman is once we get these records back, we go to the test tab, we store our information in a variable called retrieved records, which then this is used in the PM, the Postman variables. So that's their global variables we can pass between requests. So then we need to create our post request. And in this post request, we do same thing, the post to our AI Studio here. We need to pass in our AI Studio API key. In the body, we are going to say, I want to send it to each individual number. We need to pass in our AI Studio agent. Just to show you how simple it is, instead of sending WhatsApp, we're just going to send an SMS because the WhatsApp, it's the exact same logic. You just have to pass a bunch of information that WhatsApp requires from your Facebook account, from your WhatsApp business Facebook account. And then here you can pass in variables to the message. So here we're going to pass through the name of each user. So you might be asking, okay, so we have our request set up with the authorization and what we're passing in the body, but what is this variable current number and current name? So these are those Postman variables that we set up before, but what we've done is Postman also has this pre-request script. So it allows you to add some logic before each request that you send. It looks a little bit scary at first, but it's pretty straightforward. So it's getting that retrieved records that we took from our first request. Then we're going to go through each one, iterate, and take the current record. For the current record, we're going to get the current name and current number. And those are actually then what we're using here in the body, right? So because we've gone through the retrieved records, gone to each record and grabbed that current name and current number, we can use it here in our actual request. To make this more interesting, instead of Harry, and so that it's not looking like all planned, I'm going to put Nathaniel 44. 47 57 41 48. I feel like this is like one of those stand-ups where they just keep telling you numbers over, never stops. All right, so let's see. So far, everything in this demo has broken. Let's see if this works. If it works, Nathaniel should get a message now from the AI Studio. So we go here to run the collection. It says, okay, bad request 1 was created. Hey! So, I don't know, I think we went over 30 minutes, but in my head it felt really fast. Just as, we can skip that. Next steps, if you like what you saw, if you want to help your business improve their customer experience, it's really that simple. You can check out the docs, go to the developer blog. One more time, take a picture of the API credit if you didn't before. We covered all these amazing things, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Benjamin, for the very interactive session just there. It was great. And yeah, I think the recent, everything happening with AI in the past weeks, definitely a need for a low-code platform for AI. Wonderful. So our next speaker is Marius. How are you? While Marius is getting set up, I'll just share the details of the next event. So later on, from around 5:30, we'll be meeting at the Foolproof office, and there we will have 3 more talks for this event.
How do I plug everything in? I think but I have a cable to connect it to HDMI.
Do you have an HDMI?
Yes.
Oh,
can I plug this one in? That one has an HDMI directly, so I would plug that one in there. Okay, perfect.
So welcome everyone to Marius's talk. Marius was originally from the Black Forest in Germany, but he started his career as a UI developer in sunny California. Yes. But after fighting with CSS for some while, you relocated to Munich, where you're now working as developer evangelist for Twilio. So please, everyone, welcome Marius.
Thank you. So is the microphone working? Do you hear me well? Perfect. Awesome. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Welcome. You heard it. That's what I expected to happen sooner or later. I'm a developer evangelist at Twilio, and by show of hands, who of you has heard of Twilio before? Awesome. That's crazy. Good job, Nathaniel. Everyone heard of Twilio before, so I'm done. No, just kidding. So my talk today is called 422 Unprocessable Entity Suspicious Phone Number. The phone number part is not part of the real HTTP status code, but we're going to talk a lot about phone numbers today, but the rest is a real official status code. It basically means that your server understood the request, but doesn't want to basically respond with a success message because of a semantical problem. So this might be a status code your server could return if someone tries to sign up and you don't want that person to sign up successfully. So you probably wonder, why wouldn't I want someone to be able to sign up for my service? That's the reason why I have the service, to have customers, to have users, which is true when we talk about honest users. But there are certainly users you don't want to have on your platform or using your service, such as spam users, users who create just content you don't want to have on the platform, who annoy other users that really want to use it, or maybe hackers and bots that want to steal data from you. So you want to keep them out and make it as hard as possible for them to use your service. So basically you want to identify real users. There are two common ways to do it. One is with these captchas, but I think now with AIs becoming so smart, actually machines will do a better job solving these captchas than human in the future. A second thing we often see, how people or how services try to identify real users, is by sending them one-time passwords via a text message. So you know it all, probably you've used it like plenty of times before. You sign up on a website, enter your phone number, your phone buzzes, you get a code, you enter that code on the website, and then you can continue. And I agree, this is also something that can be automated, but it's very expensive for hackers, so you want to make it harder for them. So if they want to do this on a scale, it will get really expensive for them to receive all these codes and to have like these phone numbers running. But now we're talking about user verification, but actually user verification is not the only time when you receive these codes. So one is during sign up, we just talked about it when it happens. So to make sure the user is a real user when you don't know them before. But there are other situations when you receive these codes. For example, to protect logins, to make sure that the user account is safe even if the credentials are leaked somewhere. So basically whenever a user logs in, that the phone buzzes and user gets a warning, hey, I saw a login on that, from that IP address in that region, was that you? So it could be an SMS, could be any kind of message. I think if you use Netflix for that, you get it all the time, especially if you share it with friends. A third way, when you usually receive these messages, is to authorize transactions. But that you usually only see if you do like important transactions, like if you transfer money, if you withdraw money from your banking app, usually you get one of these messages as well, because the companies, they want to establish trust and tell you that they really care how they treat user data and that you are feel safe with them and that no one easily can steal your money or your data or whatever is offered on the platform. You probably think, if you already know Twilio, sending such a one-time passcode is an easy thing. You just generate a random number, make one API call to send this number to the user, and then you just compare two numbers when the user enters this code on the website or on the app. But it's actually not that easy. There are many pitfalls. So let's talk about a few of them. The first one is additional requirements to your developers. And you don't want to bother your developers, or you don't want to bother yourself implementing business logic or implementing code that's not related to your core business. So whatever you sell on your platform, whatever service you provide, you just want that users who are honest, who want to use your platform, have a good time and can easily access it. But you don't want to bother about all the details. And the more work this gets, the more distracted they are from what's important and what differentiates you from your competitors. But I'll talk more about these additional requirements in a few minutes. The second part is it can become costly. So it's fairly cheap to buy a number here in the UK and to send text messages to other UK numbers. But then once you get more users, let's say from Germany, where I'm from, or from France, from the United States, you need to send numbers, text messages to different countries, which will get more expensive. You could say you buy a number in that country as well. But what happens if someone from the other side of the world wants to sign up? Do you want to buy a phone number in every country? Or even if you have a lot of users, you would need to buy multiple phone numbers in the same country to be able to serve all of them at the same time, because phone numbers, they basically have a throughput limit, how many text or SMS segments they can send per minute. So in the end, you would do a lot of like number management, and with that number management, you have to follow regulations. There are different parts in the world where it's not as easy to just buy another number and use it. The US is getting more and more strict about it, but also China and Singapore. So these are all tasks you would need to manage if you want to do this on your own. And last but not least, security gaps come with this. One security gap would be like a man-in-the-middle attack, where someone just tries to social engineer the user to give them their code. But actually, I'm talking also about security gaps that directly drain your bank account. So one scheme that we see how this could happen is called SMS pumping. You might have heard about it, or you might have not heard about it. Basically, the story goes like this. You have a sign-up form on your website that's not protected from bots, and there's a field for SMS. And as soon as the user enters any number and their name and hits the form, you send a one-time passcode to that number because you actually want to protect yourself from bots. But this bot here, or this user, doesn't really care about signing up. They just want to trigger as many verifications as possible, which triggers a lot of SMS to a phone number. And the thing about telephony is that basically when you receive, or when I receive a SMS, my carrier gets a little bit of like revenue. They make money the more SMS I receive. So fraudsters might work together with mobile network operators and ask them, hey, if I guarantee that 1 million SMS every month will come to my number, are you willing to share some revenue with me? And then some of them say yes. Usually it's in countries outside of Europe, but some of them say yes, and then money floats back to the fraudster, and they can trigger more and more of these SMS, artificially inflated SMS traffic. And this directly basically drains your bank account because you're the ones sending these SMS. You might think like, I've never heard of that. Is that really happening? Well, I know someone who can tell you it's happening. So this is a popular case from a few weeks ago. You see, like it was middle of February, and Twitter basically admitted that they are being scammed for $60 million every year for fake 2FA messages. And it's not just Twitter. This was just a prominent example. I think in 2019, basically the overall damage from this fraud was estimated to be $3.1 billion. But on the other side, there is also a damage of $130 million with transaction fraud. So transactions that are not secure enough, where someone just steals money, withdraws money because of stolen, leaked credentials. And that basically means you need 2FA. You need to do it right to save money. But if you do it wrong, it also costs you money. So what does it mean, doing it right? Well, you can start implementing solutions on your own. You can install so-called fraud indicators. That means monitor the conversational behavior. Are the one-time codes actually converting? Which means, is the code that I generated ever actually entered on the website? Is the form operated by humans or by bots? You can watch for traffic spikes coming at certain times of the day, coming from certain IP addresses, coming from certain regions, coming from certain numbers. And you can build a carrier ranking just to say, I don't trust these carriers because from experience, I know these. You see them on the right. Basically, these carriers. Okay, I pushed the wrong button. These carriers often work together with fraudsters, so I just don't send any text message to these numbers anymore. So these are all things you could do, but then it's all additional requirements that your developers have to deal with, and they are not able to work on the solution that you actually want to provide to your customers. They're all basically busy working on security implementation. So what you could do instead is use another channel. Just say, I don't want to send SMS. I want to use a channel such as WhatsApp or email, where this pumping fraud doesn't exist. Usually these two channels have strong user adaption. It's common to enter your phone number and your email when you sign up for an account, so you're not asking the user to do anything to provide additional information. And it works on Wi-Fi. You don't have to be on cellular network. But also these channels, they have upsides, but also, as always, there are downsides. Emails take some time. The user might not get a notification, or it's just lost because of the spam filter. Similar for WhatsApp, it has the advantage. Users basically, it's almost the same user experience as sending an SMS, but not everyone is using WhatsApp, and you don't know for sure until you try sending the message. So in the ideal world, you basically wouldn't need to bother about these fraudsters. You just want to block the numbers that are fraudulent. You don't want to maintain the list. You don't want to manage your own fraud indicators. You just want to say, I want to send a verification code to that number. If it's probably a good user, send it. If it's not a good user, don't send it. But you also want it to be easy to switch to other channels, such as email or WhatsApp. And this is what I'm going to show you now in the small live demo here. Oh, let's exit the presentation. So what we see here now is the Twilio console. I think almost everyone said they already heard of Twilio, so I jump right into the verify service that I have on the left side here. But you can also find it when you just search for verify services. I just picked the first one. I already have a couple of services here, but I am going to create a new one just for us here. I'm still in the Wi-Fi, okay, that's good. Let's try to refresh. Yeah, maybe that was not the best idea to refresh. Okay, something's coming up. There's already a screen. You see I have some services. I want to say create a new one. I just call this one CityJS. And I can select which channels I want to use. I want to use SMS, WhatsApp, voice, and let's say also email. And then zoom a little bit out. So I see the button here. Click continue. And it asks me, do I want to enable FraudGuard? And this is basically what I would recommend to everyone, because this basically has this fraud detection built in. You're not paying anything additional for this. You just say yes, and you're safe that no one can drain your bank account with this SMS pumping attack. And it already created the service. Here on top, you see already the ID of the service that you will also shortly see in the form once it's loaded. And here you see all kinds of verification options that we already discussed. SMS, WhatsApp, email. For email, let me turn on this sender email address. Basically, that would be the sender that sends the one-time password via email. In case you're wondering how you could create this on your own, there's a link to our documentation. And let's ignore these three for now. So I hit save, and then we jump to the code where I basically create a new file. I think the font size is more than enough. Let's make it a little bit smaller. I say new file, let's call it demo.js. And I also want to install Twilio and .env, these two dependencies. While it's installing, I already start coding, so I say I want to import the Twilio package. Oh, thank you. And at the same time, I load my environment variables from the with .env. So basically, they're stored in a file, and I load them into the environment variables now. They're stored in a file that I have hidden here. That's why I called it hidden env. So basically, you don't see it here, but it follows the same structure as this file. So there are API keys and different phone numbers. And then I can basically initialize the client to say new client or new Twilio. And I pass in my account SID. So basically, this is like username and password for APIs. and my auth token. And then, because I want to use promises, and promises, as you might know, are not okay on top-level files in JavaScript, I just define a async function that I immediately execute here. And now I can use async here. And for that, I want to create I initialize my service object. So I say client, I want to access the verify product, say v2, and services. And in here, I pass my service ID that is up here in the URL, or you also find it here under service sid. Drop it in here, and then it's as easy as saying services service dot verifications dot create, and I say channel. Let's select the channel SMS, and 2 is basically the number of my dev phone. If you now wonder what a dev phone is, you will see it in a second. I just run this code to see if I had a typo or not. Okay, perfect, that worked. That went through. Let me actually console log the result that's coming back so you see it as well that it worked. So basically it said, yeah, I sent the code. I actually sent 2 codes because I just ran this code twice. And the dev phone is a developer phone that you can use basically on your laptop to test whatever you want to test with phone numbers, to make phone calls, to receive phone calls, send SMS, and not only send SMS, but also receive SMS. I obviously didn't start it, so I might need to send it a 3rd time, and then the code, the one-time password, shows up here immediately. And the cool thing is that this is a UK number. That's why it's in English. If I would use my phone number here, because I have the German country code, it would immediately come up in German. So you don't have to worry about localization of this message either. Everything will be taken care of for you. So there is this code here now. I now want to see, let's say the user enters the code in your web application and you want to make sure, is this the right code? Is the user actually in possession of that phone number? So I say service verification checks dot create. So now I don't create a new verification, but a verification check. I say this is the verification that was sent to my dev phone number, and then I can say code. If I do 232 and I run it, I need to log the response again. Oh, where? Yeah, thank you. Verification checks. Thanks. And if I run it now, I had another typo. Service verification checks create. Oh, do you see it? Let's give that verification checks create 2. Well, let's jump over here to my backup plan to save some time. But I don't need a channel the second time. So, and let's copy the same service sid over here. Verification checks. So basically, that was like the wrong code. So it didn't fulfill the promise. But if I copy the right code now, and I run it. Oh, I don't run it. That's the problem. No, node. I just opened the same file over and over again. Yeah. So here, now it says valid true. So basically, this is all you would need to do in the backend. You don't need to store the number, so you don't have to use a Redis cache or something to memorize which code you send to which user. You can just write this code, and it really doesn't matter if you if you send via SMS or email, let's do that for a second. This is, by the way, my email address. If you have questions, feel free to reach out to me at any time. And I run the code again. Basically, it said I basically sent the email. And if I look at my inbox here, go to my Sanctuary demos, you see it just arrived here. So this is basically the code I received via email now. And this is all a template that you can configure based on your needs if you want to. But these are only 3 or 4 channels, so voice, SMS, email, WhatsApp, that you can use to send one-time passcodes. But maybe you don't want to send one-time passcodes. You want the users to already have them on their phone. That's possible with time-based one-time passwords. So you see the Authy Authenticator app here, and basically the way it works, when the user signs up for an account, you show them a QR code that is a secret key, and this secret key continuously generates new one-time passcodes every 30 or 20 seconds, depending on the time interval you choose. So the advantage is it works on an offline basis, it's private and secure, so you don't even need to know the phone number of your users. You just show them the QR code when they register, and no one can intercept the code because it's never transmitted until they enter it in your application. And they can bring their own Authenticator app. This is Authy, the Authenticator app that's provided by Twilio for free. But if your users want to use Microsoft Authenticator, Google Authenticator, they all use the open standard and they can bring their own application. So this is, I would say, one of the most secure options, but for many users or consumers today, it might be a bit too hard because they don't really use authenticator applications on a daily basis. And if you're a bank, you might already have an app that all your customers use. So why not using your own app as the authenticator app? Well, that is possible with push notifications. And some of your banks probably already use it today. So you log in on the platform, you get a push notification that asks you, hey, do you really want to log in right now? Are you at this location here, Ohio, USA? And is this your account number? So it provides a lot of rich information so your users can actually tell, okay, is this me or is this someone else? And it provides a deny button. That's of all the options that we've seen so far, where the users can say, this is not me, please protect my account and lock everything. So it's up to you in the backend to decide what happens. But it basically, there's the option, and this provides even more security and more trust between you and your users. One thing you should consider is push notifications might be blocked or disabled by the user on the phone, so it makes sense to show a message on the website, please check your phone, we just send a notification, or please approve this transaction, please approve this login on your phone. I was a little bit too fast. So I'd say this is the richest login mechanism that's easy for users to understand, but you might say you want it to be as frictionless as possible. You don't want to bother your users at all. You just want to be on the safe side and have a secure way for them to log on. Well, then, silent network authentication, that's a very new thing. It's literally brand new, a couple of months old. It's still in private beta, but I want to show it to you anyway. That's basically a video here that shows silent network authentication on the right side and SMS one-time passwords on the left side. And if I play the video, let's see what happens. So both phones try to log in with the credentials. The left phone will get a one-time password where the user has to wait, copy the code, enter it, and the right one was magically already logged in. And while it seemed like nothing was happening there, there was something very secure happening. Because it's a mobile application, we basically sent a URL to the right phone, and the phone, via the mobile network operator, like EE or 3, I think is another one here, made an HTTP request, and only this particular phone can make that HTTP request successfully. All others won't. So it basically goes to your carrier, the carrier checks, is this the only user who's allowed to execute this request? And if so, you can check it in the backend and to see if that works. I think that I can still do a live demo that shows you this part. For that, we do a role play. I'm the back end. My friend Nathaniel is the front end. Yes, come up on stage. So I don't do live coding to save some time, but basically I do the very same thing as before. I initialize a Twilio client. I particularly initialize one in the data center or with a connection to the data center in Dublin. And I create a new verification service. So I say, I execute this code. This is the ID of the verification service. In step 2, I initialize or I use this verification service to send a verification and before I used SMS or I could have used WhatsApp, but now I want to use SNA. I run the code. Basically in here, I get this URL, and this is the URL you would send from the back end to the front end. So I'll do that on Slack here. I send you the code, and
I have to disconnect from Wi-Fi.
Yes, you have to use mobile network, because otherwise your operator or your carrier would not know that it's actually Nathaniel who's accessing the code or accessing the URL. And Nathaniel, do you let me know when the page loaded? And here I already can tell you what's happening or what will happen here. I use again the verification checks. So same method as before. I say new verification check with Nathaniel's phone number, but I don't have to supply a code because there's no code involved.
I got a white screen, so I think I'm not sure yet if it's come through.
So let's see if it already went through. So I execute the code. Okay, it did not load, but I can. Do you think it's still loading, or should I send you a new link?
Can you send me a new one?
Sure.
I think my phone network hadn't reconnected just then.
Okay.
Sorry.
So in case you're wondering why I use backticks to send a link, because Slack and some email clients, they have the feature that they show a preview of the link, but I don't want that this client accesses the preview. That's why I basically send it encoded like this, because this code is only valid once. So that makes sure that there are no man-in-the-middle attacks where someone tries it with one phone and then the other. So once this link is basically used once, it's burned, and you need to create a new link, which usually is not a problem if it all happens in your application on the client side, because there's only one phone who's trying to access that link. It's not working. I think there's a demo course on the stage. Yeah. But, okay.
I'll try it one more time.
I mean, you can let me know when it works. Otherwise, I would continue here. There are only a couple of slides left. So in the end, it's up to you to balance what user authentication option you want to choose. One-time passwords via WhatsApp, time-based one-time passwords, push notifications. And it really depends on your service and your application that you want to provide to your customers, and how crucial you want to, how hard you want to make it for the wrong person or to access something valuable, the right information, and how easy it should be for the right users to access this value. And you're balancing basically development effort, usability, security, and cost. And a complete verification solution might look like this, where you say you want to protect user registration and logins with SMS, email, voice, or silent network authentication, and then consecutive logins and transactions with push notifications to the phone. And all of that should follow brew-approved template, have this fraud guard and fraud detection on, rate limiting, internationalization, basically all of that what is coming out of the box with the Twilio Verify service.
Unfortunately not.
Okay. Anyway, that's it. I'm Mario Sobert. Thanks for your attention. If you have questions, these are my socials. And this is a promo code if you want to use Twilio.
Thank you, Mario. Nice, that was great. And kudos for all of the live coding that you did just then, because if it was me, I'd type out every single line. So everyone give a round of applause for that, because that's incredible. And also didn't know about the localization automatic. That's such a great feature. Wonderful. Awesome. So up next, we have Konstantinos. We'll take a few minutes to set up. I think it might be worth taking maybe a 5-minute breather break in case anyone needs to pop out and get some water or something. Birkbeck, one from Costadinos, and then a pre-recorded one from a speaker that couldn't make it. So with that, I'll pass over.
Great, thank you so much. Hello, everyone. Quite long day today. I hope you're not really tired from today's schedule. My name is Konstantinos, and I hope I have you with me. This is going to be a talk about a pragmatic approach to microfrontends. So basically, microfrontends have actually started gaining a lot of traction the last few years. This is basically for a very good reason, and because you're able to take your big monolithic front-end applications and break it down to more smaller parts, more manageable parts. And actually, the adoption to microfrontends depends to a few different factors, like, for example, if your UI is really complex and if your application is actually getting bigger and bigger, so it grows that much that it's not maintainable anymore. And also regarding to the team size. So you can imagine that it might be a bit easier for a team of 20 engineers to work on a monolithic application, to a single application, but it's harder and harder when this number actually grows to more engineers in the company. So, for example, a company with a team of 200 engineers is really hard to work in the same repository, in the same monolithic application. With that, I'm basically Konstantinos, or Kostas, which is like the shorter version of it, with a K, not with a C, so as not to confuse with the Costa coffee chain. I've been building microfrontends since 2019, and thanks to Luca Mesarilla, who has actually architected the whole system back in the days at DAZN. And currently I'm engineering at BitDev, where we're actually building the future for microfrontends. This is my Twitter handle. You can actually find me on Twitter with this handle if you have any questions or want to just reach out. This talk is going to be a discussion about adoption to microfrontends, when it is a good time to adopt microfrontends, a pragmatic approach, and what does it look like. And we're going to see a demo how we can actually take a monolithic application and move to microfrontend. With that, I would like to ask you, have you used microfrontends before? How much familiar are you with that already? Are you planning to use microfrontends in the future? Or is it something that might be interest you? Yeah, kind of? Okay, that's good, that's good. So basically, this is a result from a recent research from State of Frontend, where we found out that from the group that actually participated in this research, 25% of the users have been started using microfrontends, and this is actually a number that is growing and growing all the more. And we have companies like PayPal, Amex, and many more that are Netflix that are joining this microfrontend vibe. And this is for a very good reason. And this also helps get the whole infrastructure more and the architecture more mature in a way that it's able to provide feedback with what are the good patterns and what are the bad patterns about applying microfrontends. But adopting microfrontends is basically not that easy. It's not a mundane work. It might be quite complicated, and this depends on your team resources, depends on how much time you can actually spend on that. And basically, you would need to spend a lot of time deciding what tools you're going to be using and what are the best approach for you. But in this procedure to adopt microfrontends, you basically need to take decisions. And these decisions are you also need to take into account what the future is going to look like with your application. But when future is a factor in your decisions, this is really hard because it's really hard to forecast how your application would look like in the future, what are going to be the needs, what are going to be the requirements by then, how the business will look like. So the best thing to do is actually take a decision at a time. So basically take a step-by-step process. Basically you have the decisions that you make at the moment are very crucial. And this is because you actually know what are the needs that you have right now, what are the requirements that you have right now, but you don't know what the future will look like. So basically, basing your decisions on these factors, what you know already, is a good starting point. And you need to embrace iteration over it. So basically, you can start implementing one way your micro frontend, and you can see what works and what doesn't work for you, and you can actually start iterating on that, finding a different solution, find that it actually tackles your problems at the moment, and continuing that process. But you might be asking, when is it a good time to move to micro frontends? And this is basically when your UI is quite complex. So, for example, you might have many different components that are interconnected together. So it might be a good case for you to move to micro frontends because it's going to break down your UI into simpler components, embrace composability, and find out a way to make things easier for your teams. With that said, you might have multiple teams working on the same repository, in the same code base. This might be really hard. This could lead to conflicts between your teams and make your teams really slow. So that's why you would need to make these teams independent. And the way that you make them independent is by applying micro frontends. So you can take a part of your monolith outside of your code base and actually make a team just responsible for that part of your code base. One more thing is when you start needing independent scaling. You can imagine that basically when you have quite many feature teams inside the company, it's really hard to go something to production, which means that a change will need to get the whole monolith up to production. This is really hard because it means that if you want to roll back, you would need to roll back all the changes along with this feature, or you might get blocked and conflicted with other features that are currently developing. This is a really good time when you start needing actually to start releasing independently. This is a really good time for you to move to micro frontends. And one more thing is that the monolith, as it grows, you can imagine can get really hard to maintain. So, for example, you have a code base that is getting bigger and bigger and bigger. You have like teams that are contributing to it, and this is going to be harder for you to maintain because there might be breaking changes, there might be things that you would need to maintain along the way, and it's getting harder. With that said, a good way to move to micro frontends is basically a pragmatic approach. And what I would like for us to see today is what a pragmatic approach would look like. But let's first see the definition of pragmatism. Pragmatism is basically an approach that is practical, realistic, and focused on achieving specific goals or outcomes. Considers the context and constraints of a situation and seeks to find the most efficient and effective solution given those circumstances. And what does this mean for an organization? And so basically how you can actually take this definition and apply that to your micro frontend adoption. This is basically how you can actually start with the Conway's law, which basically says you can actually start seeing inside your organization what are the communication patterns, what are the communication structures. And basically out of these structures, you can actually start structuring your micro frontends, your services. And this is how you end up having your teams responsible for specific initiatives, which actually the business would add business value. And along with that, what you need to do is basically start analyzing this kind of patterns, and this kind of patterns will actually show you what the micro frontends would look like. Then you could actually go to your monolithic application, analyze how you can actually separate some parts of this application, define the boundaries between those applications in the way that regarding the user experience and also regarding the features or the components that you would like to isolate. and then start planning the refactoring. So you create like a timeline, you have like you allocate resources, and you start building actually this micro frontend. You prioritize the adoption in a way that it gives business value, in the way that you can actually prioritize the micro frontend that adds more value to the business, but it's really easy to migrate to. And when you start developing, you will also need like to continuous testing and continuous deploying, so as to make sure that nothing breaks in the meantime, and create the API contracts that you will need for your micro frontends to communicate between each other, and also between your host and your micro frontends. And this is when you start integrating. When you have like this API contract set, it's a good time for you to start integrating and see how this micro frontend will fit into the whole picture. And of course, last but not least, is basically start monitoring and maintaining your integration. And this is going to be by adding like error tracking, by adding like some tools for you to be able to find out what are the errors that might be happening in production. And this actually brings us to a use case based on which we'll actually work on the demo. And this use case is basically our great streaming service platform. Any resemblances to a real service is totally coincidental. But basically we have like this Video Plus streaming service, and this is a monolithic application at the moment. We have like this slider, and we have like the catalog of the movies, and we have like some detailed screens, detailed pages of the movies, until when we have some new requirements from the business. So the company is about to focus on the user engagement of the users, and they plan to create some dedicated teams on the business level and the product level that they're going to be focusing on the user engagement. And what this means for us as developers is basically that they're going to focus on the slider part of this monolithic application, and they want to add more titles, they want to add more movie details, and they want to experiment with video preview of some movies. But with the current architecture, this is really hard because the application is quite monolithic, and we're not able to do that. Our team is focused on developing other features, so along with these product and business teams, we want to allocate a specific engineering team that will be focused onto these initiatives of the business. So with that, we come to our demo for today. Let me switch over to my Visual Studio, and hopefully, is it good? The fonts are good? Yeah? Is it all right over back there? Yeah? Okay, great. So this application is basically a monolithic application. I'm using a monorepo structure over here. Inside our app's host, you can actually find our monolithic app. And this is nothing more than a Create React app. So inside the source, you can find like the index.js and everything that, like what we would do usually with a Create React app. And I have also prepared like here another package of this monorepo, which is the MFEs, where we're going to add our extracted micro frontend. So if I run npm start over here, this is what we're going to get with. Okay, so here we have basically our monolithic application. You can see that the banner is at the top here, and we're going to try to extract this part of the application to a separate micro frontend. So if we start here, we can see that in the home page, we basically use this banner component. So we want to start replacing that and moving that to a separate package. And so to start with, we're basically going to create here a folder that is called hero, and inside here a source folder, and we're gonna get these banners inside the source. Okay, I will need a few more things, like for example the index.js, index CSS. I think that's all for now. Inside the source, let me select again. Okay, paste doesn't work. Okay, yeah. And we'll also need the package.json from here down to our hero. Oops, paste. Okay, and I think that we're also gonna need our public folder from the host, so as to create a playground for our hero micro frontend. And let me edit this. So this is not the Video Plus host anymore. This is gonna be the Video Plus hero. This is gonna be the package name. I'm gonna change the port for this specific micro frontend, and this is gonna be served in the port 3001. And we're gonna make a few changes over here. We don't need Redux for this micro frontend or router, so I can actually remove these parts. We don't need them anymore. And instead of the app, we basically wanna import the banner from components, banners, banner, okay, and use this banner inside here. Okay, I think that's good enough for now. Let me check that we're actually running fine on localhost 3001. And okay, I cannot resolve the components. Let me check back. Okay, yeah, because we don't have a folder of components. Okay, let's leave it like this for now. I think we don't gonna add more components here, so this should be fine. So if I switch over to here, okay, and I have forgotten another file, which is actually our data for displaying this banner information from here. And this is right here, this inside the source. Okay, I would need to copy this one inside our source folder. Here, paste. And I can actually remove all these exports. We just need the cards, which is the images that we display in the banner slider. Let me go back here. If I refresh the import, okay, I know what it is. Okay, let's update the path to here then. Here then, okay. Let's check now. Okay, great. So we just moved out the banner micro frontend, and we actually created a micro frontend out of it. It's not yet integrated to the to our application, to our host application, but you could see how easily we could actually extract this slider. This is working separately in the port 3001, and that's good enough for now. While we actually have here in the 3000, we have our whole application. So what we need to do now, we can actually go back to our home page from here, and we can actually remove the banner entirely. So what we need to do is replace it with a new component that we're going to create together. This is going to be called micro frontend. We're going to define a name for that, which is going to be hero. And we're going to define also the host that this micro frontend will be running at, and this is going to be the local host 3001. But we haven't defined yet this micro frontend component, so let's do that. So here we can create a new folder that is called micro frontend, and inside that, let's create a new React component. And here we can actually start implementing our microfrontend component, which receives a name and also the host inside here. Let's export the microfrontend as well. And what we need here to return is basically just a div, nothing more than that. But this is not enough. We need to somehow get this microfrontend loaded inside this div. This is the div that will actually host our microfrontend from the other host, from port 3001. And the way that we're going to do that is we're going to define a use effect. So basically, when this component mounts, we can actually start fetching some data from our host. And what we're going to do is get some data from the asset manifest JSON. This is provided from the create React app, which is basically a Webpack configuration. If I get this file, just to have an idea what this file looks like, if we go to port 3001 and add this asset manifest, so let me make it a bit bigger for you. So basically, this is a definition of files, and you can see that it includes like a mapping of our files to our local file system of this server. So what we're going to do is start importing this main.js file inside, load it in our page, and inject the microfrontend in our screen. So what I'm going to do here is when I fetch this asset manifest, I can actually parse the JSON response, and after that we can get the manifest file, the manifest response, and we will need to create a script tag. This script tag is going to be loading this resource from the microfrontend host server, and this is going to be something like document create element script. Oops. And here the source of this, the source of the script is going to be our host, and we're going to add the path to this file, so we can get the manifest from here and get the files, and from the files we're going to need the main.js that we've seen before from the script. And now we're going to need to add this script inside our head, like that. So basically this is injecting our main.js from the host inside the screen. Let me actually add the console log just to make sure that this is working as expected. So basically on load, you can on load equals okay, and also yeah, that should be good. Let's go back to our 3000 port. Let's open the developer tools and see if this is loaded now or not. Okay, that doesn't seem to be loaded. Give me a sec. Let's check the console. Is there any issue? No. Okay. We actually we haven't imported the microfrontend inside here. Okay. So we will need to import our microfrontend component from this microfront path. I'm gonna save. This is gonna let us run our application. So we are in port 3000, and we just see that our banner is replacing our whole application. This is because we are mounting on the root ID, we are mounting the app that is loading from the port 3001, but we don't want to do that. So what we're going to do is go back to our hero here, and instead of mounting that on the root element ID, we're going to mounting that to a dynamic element. So this is going to be a dynamic function. We're going to name it render hero. That's going to be getting an element, and it's going to be mounting the components inside this element. And we're going to expose this render hero so as we are able to call it. And like that, we can go back to our microfrontend here, and we can start calling this from here when the script has been loaded. And this is gonna be something like render hero, render with the name of our, and we're gonna be calling this function. But we actually need to pass an element here, and what this element is gonna be look like, we will need to use a ref inside React. So this is gonna be like this. We also need to import that, and finally pass the ref inside your div to get the element instance. And finally, we can actually pass the reference of the element inside this function, which is like the render hero, as the name of our microfrontend. And if we try this again and refresh the screen, okay. So basically now we have removed the banner, and we have basically injected the banner from port 3001. And if you see, this is basically our div where we're actually injecting the microphone from port 3001. With that, we actually can have like we can improve things a lot by, we should add actually better error handling. We would actually need to add error boundaries. We would need to add unmount functions, similarly to what we did with mount functions. And yeah, this is basically a very, very simple approach on how you would be actually able to migrate from a monolithic application to a macrofront application, and load in the runtime this microfrontend. With that, I can actually go back to the presentation. Yeah, so basically this was our demo. It was quite simple, but it's a good starting point if you want to start experimenting a bit with microfrontends. It's not the best solution, of course. There are much better solutions there, but it's a good starting point, as I said. If this is not enough for your case, you can actually start looking into more complicated setups, like, for example, module federation or single SPA. But yeah, basically you can start iterating and get a step-by-step process into this migration. So that was all from me. This is actually where you can actually find the slides and the GitHub repo if you would like to see what's inside. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kostas.
No worries at all.
Really good example
Yeah.
of breaking it down from top to bottom
Yeah.
micros. Really good. Thank you.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much.
So for the folks on the stream, we'll be ending now. But the folks in the room, we have a pre-recorded talk to share with you all. It was shared on the stream earlier, so I'm just going to plug in and set up Tim's talk.
I hope you are having a lovely time at the conference in person because I'm not there, hence the video. I'm so sorry. I wish I could have been there, but I live in France and our country at the moment is on fire. Everybody is doing strikes. You see riots, things on fire. The garbage is not being picked up. Trams, buses, trains, nothing is going. Even planes are cancelled. So I really tried my best to book my travel to London, but it's like the biggest strikes of, since World War II. So it's hard to do. Anyway, so let's act like it's 2021 again. We're going to do a video for a conference talk. So today I want to talk to you about how to sniff out the glue code monster. And yes, I actually said the glue code monster. So let's talk about what that is. But first, my name is Tim Bennix and I'm the Director of Developer Relations at Uniform. And actually at Uniform, we are battling the glue code monster. But how that works and why, we'll get into it. So I work a lot in our community. So I'm an ambassador for things like Nuxt.js, for Algolia, for Supabase. But I also work at the Mac Alliance, where I'm a member of the technical council, where we talk about what is Mac, what is headless, all these things. And so my accent is a little strange. That's because I was born in the Netherlands, but then I live in France and I work with Americans. And so if anything is strange, this is why. So let's get into it. So the modern tech stack is actually pretty awesome, right? But when you start scaling it with all these headless systems and your fancy front ends, it's getting really challenging at scale. And so this is a bit controversial, but I don't think it's going to work when you do really big projects with all the modern tools. So let's talk about that. So essentially, you
Awesome. Just let folks grab their seats. Awesome. So, welcome everyone to the evening portion of the Frontback warm-up event for CityJS conference. I get the honour of welcoming our wonderful speakers today. My name is Beth Briggs. I'm an engineer at Red Hat. You may find me working in a Node project every now and then. But first, I'd like to say a big thank you to all of our sponsors. Round of applause for those, please. Couldn't have done it without them. And a special thank you for Twilio for sponsoring the pizza. So hope you all enjoyed that. So our event today, we have 3 speakers, 3 talks today. And we'll just go straight into it and get started. So up first, we have Jesse. Jesse is a senior developer advocate at Hasura, and he'll be sharing some knowledge around GraphQL CodeGen. So everyone, please welcome Jesse.
That's what you think I'm talking about. It's mostly related to that. All right. Let's see here. It looks like it's real. I'm going to step over here because I will definitely kill myself with that cord. So I got a remote here because I'm like really a quick speaker. Cool. All right. Everybody can see? Everybody can hear? Yes. Good. Can you see my slides? Oh, it's in real life. It's in person. That's cool. All right, great. Well, I guess I only need this because I'm actually standing in front of it, so that works. So I'm Jesse, and thank you for letting me come and talk. A really cool community. I've been watching the WhatsApp group and all the live stream stuff. I've had to do a bunch of other work things this week. I've had serious FOMO the whole week. It sounds like it's been really amazing. So really cool stuff. I'm talking about back to front type safety for 10x DX. And a little bit about me. So developer at Hasura. And I've got a really, really wide background from agriculture to APIs. Basically, that means I can't be bored. It's actually a physical disability. So if you have any questions, you want to talk to me about anything, let me know. I've got 4 kids, so there's always that we could talk about. I love collecting kettlebells, and I do actually distill my own schnapps because I live in Germany. So, whatever you want to talk about. I've been a GraphQL advocate for about 6 years now, and I'm kind of a budding Postgres fanboy. So, if you have any questions on that, we can talk about everything. A little bit about who I work for, Hasura. Anybody here has heard of Hasura? I know you have. Good. Very good. Anybody using Hasura? Yes, you're my friend. All right, good. So that's really great. But basically what we do is we do instant GraphQL on your data. And we have a lot of other functionalities that we kind of extend for you. So event triggers, actions, REST connectors, et cetera, et cetera. I don't want to make this a vendor talk, and there will be a little demo about it later on. We support a lot of databases, but like I said, I'm not actually going to be going too hard on Postgres today. Actually, I am. Sorry. So what this talk is actually not about, this is not a GraphQL talk. GraphQL is featured, but it's not a GraphQL talk. It's not even actually a TypeScript talk. This is going to be a more high level where I'm making the case for generated types. I'm making the case for leaning in on boring tech, and I'm making the case for letting the database be your guide. I should warn you, there's hot takes in here. So, find me later after I have a beer in my hand, and we can totally talk about everything you hate about my talk. But I'm hoping to not actually step on anybody's favorite puppies today. I'm wanting to make sure we have friends, but there's some concepts here that are probably new or at least different. So generated types, what do I actually mean with that? I just love this. I actually had a Pomeranian growing up. Isn't that fun? Yeah. But this is actually, all these images are generated by Midjourney. So actually, fantastic stuff. So if you just want to see the images, that's also fine with this talk today. But what I'm talking about for generated types is you have basically a model at the top level, right? And then you have some sort of a common data type or an AST or an abstraction in the middle that you're then going to be able to generate your types into, yeah? And so we're going to have a look at kind of what the workflow then is for that, and that's when you have sort of a data migration
would then have followed by a generation of step of some kind, and then you have your types come out the other side of it. So everybody kind of tracking roughly with this flow? Some of you are probably thinking already, this is a bad idea, don't do it. But we're going to talk about why that's maybe okay. But to do that, we first need to talk about the two 800-pound gorillas in the room. If you're not familiar with American colloquialism, we call really bad ideas in the room gorillas, specifically 800-pound gorillas. But we're going to talk about two of them today. And the first one is, every time you make a data change, you're going to break your builds, like all of your builds. And the second big bad problem with that is mapping APIs to data models is like, some people don't like that. And we're going to talk about why maybe that's okay. But we need to talk about what these issues actually are. So first, the first BHG, big hairy gorilla, is breaking builds. And by the way, like Midjourney, come on, this is insane, right? Like, this is just insane. So the first big issue is changes to the model have direct downstream impact. Anytime you want to make a change to your data model, you're going to break everything that flows from your data model. And here's some of the counterpoints to that, is that improper deprecation always breaks stuff. So anytime you make changes to that, was going to actually either impact your API layer a step higher, or it's going to actually impact a step further down, which is going to be if you're consuming an API that's generated from your data layer. A cleaner original model means less breaking changes later overall. So if you actually are starting with generated API interfaces and you start with a better data model, hopefully that will actually lead to less breaking changes down the road. And that's usually because breaking changes may indicate that you have a need for more submodules. Specifically, if you're familiar with domain-driven development, or domain-driven design, that you actually potentially need to introduce new types, not necessarily be extending or changing your existing primary types in your data model. Is everybody tracking with these parts so far? I can double-click on any of these if you want. I hate that term so much, double-clicking on ideas. Oh, such a Microsoft thing. Okay, anyways, we're going to keep going. BHG number 2, the big hairy gorilla number 2, is that mapping APIs to data models is a bad idea. Like, you've heard about this. Like, if anybody here is like an older developer, they're thinking, dude, this has been an anti-pattern longer than you've been alive, man. Like, nobody does this. So mapping APIs to data models is bad, right? Well, I have thoughts on that. So, first one, data models these are some of the arguments, right? Data models should be designed around storage, not semantics. That's fair. Like, we've been there, we've been around. So, like, you should be designing your data around how to store it. Other ones, exposing implementation details is a security risk. We've heard the stories or been the cause of the stories. And semantic database design leads to over-normalized data sets, which causes network chatter. This is the idea of a whole bunch of requests, firing back and forth because you have to do a lot of joins, or you're getting IDs and then you're fetching all the data and back and forth. Somebody heard GraphQL in there? Yeah. It's foreshadowing, everybody. All right, so we have data models should not be designed around storage, not semantics. I would argue storage should be chosen around access patterns, which is dictated by data types. So your data should actually be stored in a way that is efficiently accessed, not worried about actually the storage specifically. Your storage and data access you need go hand in hand, which then implicates the API that you're going to access it from. Plus, performant access is a transport problem, not actually a storage problem. The second point there is exposing implementation details is a security risk, and exposing implementation details can be a security risk, and there are enough tools to prevent a WASPian excessive data exposure. Start everything locked down, you're only going to expose things that are actually important or needed. And then the last piece is semantic database design leads to over-normalized data sets or network chatter, which everybody knows the answer to. Use GraphQL, right? So this is the idea that if you actually do have a lot of normalized data sets and very relational data that you're trying to query from, you can actually request all of that in a single request as opposed to having that network chatter, which is actually a real problem if you are doing a whole lot of requests. Like even just, what's up with like the whole 5G like network connectivity in London? Like, I mean, like 2 requests go through, and then all of a sudden 5G's like, nah, I'm tired, man. Like, I did that really fast, though. The first 2 are really fast, yeah. So, I don't get it. 5G in London is really slow. So, yes, I am, in fact, I'm telling you to expose your data models to APIs. Kinda. So let's actually talk about why and how we can actually mitigate some of these issues. And it's actually focused around leaning in on boring tech. This is my favorite Midjourney image to date. Like, just tweet me and I will give it to you for free. This is an amazing image. All right, so what we're going to talk about is that your relational database managers probably already speak types, that your database probably supports type checking out of the box, and that you shouldn't really reinvent the wheel. So let's talk about the elephant in the room. As a Postgres joke. Anybody? No? Okay. All right, good. Thank you, Ken. All right, so we got the AIRF, elephant in room fact. Postgres schemas are already typed. If you haven't, anybody here use Postgres? Okay, that's everybody almost. That's great. And then elephant in the room fact number 2 is that Postgres supports data constraints already on its own. We're getting into things that we actually want for API design. We want strong types. We want to have constraints. And then the third point is that the Postgres type system is actually very robust. Like, what do I mean by robust? You can put a whole bunch of attributes in JSONB. You can use all kinds of taxonomies and L trees. You can use big ints, little ints, minus ints if you have a cryptocurrency account. You can do all kinds of data store types if you want. It's a really powerful way to build. So, cool, you're thinking right now, right? I've got an ORM for that. And I'm friends with ORM producers in the room, so I want to be careful here. But in my case here, I would say, have you tried debugging exception U123 fiddly-dee? I do not like getting unique identifiers on my constraint violations. I like to see what the database provides a more descriptive violation constraint, because that's easier to debug. So that's my personal, that's the hottest take that I probably have tonight. So what I'm arguing here, and I think is a really good pattern, and this is going to be how we talk about generated types, is that you want to let the data be your guide. So data guide principle, DGP, these are the last one. I've been around sales guys all week, and they just there's too many acronyms, I just had to get on the fun. So we have DGP1, is that data-driven APIs enable domain experts. What I love about this is that when you talk about the data model, it's helping you build better applications. This is actually a really interesting quote from a customer of ours who does genetic sequencing. They take a bunch of really random data sets, put it into a GraphQL API, but they're talking about hiring. They're saying, we can ask, how's your genomic sequencing knowledge? And they'll get a good candidate, and they'll ask, and how's your Python code? And it's really difficult to get somebody that can do both of those. And so what they're saying is that when they create these domain-driven APIs, then the people who have to actually create the models are also API enablers. They're able to understand the API they're designing because they get the domain. They get the understanding of what it is they're actually creating. And it really comes down to then just focusing on solving meaningful problems. So if you're trying to be building a really fancy API, you're not really solving the problem of how do I do home food delivery during the pandemic. You're not really solving how do I actually do diabetes tracking for 5-year-olds specifically. Try to solve the meaningful problems through data models as opposed to trying to get clever with the API design. And so pick the right database that supports the right model for your product, and then generate as much as you can from there. So an example of kind of how Hasura sort of goes about solving that problem, you have again the idea of the model to the common data type, which then produces types. So Hasura sort of sits then in the middle of this, where when you're talking to the RDBMS, you have a SQL AST that it generates in between, so it's able to communicate to different sort of data sources, and then down to the actual type generation, you have GraphQL. So you use 2 different common data structures to be able to generate our types, either down at the types level or actually up to the relational types for the database. And so I think the easiest way, though, is to explain this through a demo. I wasn't sure how much time I actually had. Do I have time? Very cool. Has anybody done a ChatGPT demo already during the conferences? No? We're going to see some pretty weird stuff here. Okay, cool. I'm excited. This stuff blows my mind. I'm a talker, so I don't really know code very well. So what we're going to do here is we're going to actually do some audience participation. I need like a noun, like some topic.
Elephant.
Elephants. Yes. And I need a business model, like e-commerce or something like that. Business model?
Transportation.
What's that?
A circus pop-up.
A circus pop-up. A circus pop-up store. You buying circuses, or what are you?
You buy elephants.
What's that?
Tickets, I mean, for my circus pop-up store.
Okay, a pop-up store. Are the elephants going to be like running the store, or are the elephants going to be what you go see?
They're what you go see.
We're going to go see it. So a ticket sale, a ticket store for seeing elephants in the circus. Okay, so we're going to ask ChatGPT here to give us a hand. I'm going to see if I can put this down for a second. You probably have to give a recording, right? I can't type with one hand, so I'll have to do this. You guys can hear me. I don't know if the mic can hear me very well, but what we're going to do is ask ChatGPT to give us... Zoom in a bit. Okay, all right, see what we can do here. We're going to ask ChatGPT to create a Postgres schema for a ticket pop-up store for seeing elephant zoo shows. This is going to be interesting. Okay, so, all right, ChatGPT, here we go. Let's see what it gives us. We've got some SQL statements coming in. So, naturally, we have zoo shows. And we have tickets. This is a pretty lean data model, I gotta actually say. That's not bad. Do we believe it? So we've got elephant zoo shows. We have the date. We have the capacity. We have the price. That's quite interesting. We have the tickets. I think our data model is a little bit lean here. We probably need to add something else to it. Should we add? What's that? Right. What are we supposed to add to the model? You're the business model guy. Yeah, they have the tickets, so we could just buy directly, but let's go ahead and see if we can add an orders primitive. Zoom in again. Yep, sorry. Here we go again. So we have the schema here. So we have shows and we have tickets. You know what? Let's ask it real quick if we can get a quick chart for us to kind of visualize this real fast. We're going to go, let's say, create a mermaid chart from the schema. Let's see what we get. Okay, so there we got a nice little ER diagram that we can kind of see some of the relations a bit more. If we drop that in GitHub, we'd actually have our documentation halfway done for this model. Let's go ahead and add in the request for add a table for ticket orders. I'm going to name it that way because if you know Postgres and you try putting in orders as a table name, you're in for a bad time. So we're going to say a table for ticket orders on the schema. Let's see what we get. Okay, so we've got the Elephant Zoo shows. We have the tickets, and we're going to be getting in the ticket orders. That seems to make sense. So we're going to go ahead, and we got some order items. So it's kind of giving us some more realistic concepts here. I think that's good enough for the data model because I don't want to take up the entire evening because you can definitely go down a rabbit hole when it comes to this stuff. What I'm going to do is hop over into the Hasura interface. And if you haven't seen Hasura before, what it basically does is it gives you a console. I'm going to zoom in on this so we can actually see this here a little bit better. It gives you a console where we're able to interact with the database, be able to see what the GraphQL inference is from our underlying types. I'm going to go to SQL here, and I'm going to go ahead and delete my last fake data example. And we're going to go ahead and paste in this schema here and just see if we actually get lucky enough for a feeling lucky button on inserting this as is, and we'll have a Postgres database running under the hood. Come on, big money. SQL executed, very good. So we actually have a database that is currently running underneath the Elephant Zoo schema on Postgres. So what Hasura is going to do now is it says, hey, I understand your database. I'm going to go ahead and ask you, do you want to track the types that are in this database? And we say, yes, we do. We go ahead and track those. And when I do that, it sees my foreign keys. And it says, well, GraphQL kind of likes relationships. Do you want us to track those? I say, yes, I do. And now we have a startup
We need funding. Who's going to fund this? No. So we have an actual product now where we have zoos, we have tickets, and we can actually look at our API here and see that we have a functioning. Oh, that was a beer example. Sorry. Anyways, we have our zoo here. Let's go ahead and have a look to see if we got zoo shows. What else do we have on there? We have, let's go ahead and actually, somebody worked really hard for this Explorer feature. Let's use it. So we've got the zoo shows. We have tickets. We have customer name. We have all that kind of stuff. And you know what's really insane is I'm just going to show you just to kind of also appreciate how much effort goes into this stuff. If we were to go back to ChatGPT, I'm not going to do this, but if we were to say create 10 fake tickets, 10 fake orders, and order items, then you'll actually see like really crazy examples where it just like generates those things for you automatically. I think that's just fantastic. It's really good for fake data. We're not going to insert this, but I want to just prove the example of the schema generation for types. And so we have the actual API. We can see GraphQL has understood our database, and we have everything connected. What we need to do now is get this into a types that our front end can use. 5 minutes? We got it. What's that?
Can you zoom in a bit?
Zoom in a bit? Yeah, you bet. So we can see that we actually have graphical has discovered this. The nice thing about the introspection is we can prove that this is actually a functioning type system because otherwise it wouldn't work. We'd get a bunch of red squigglies. So we have our types working here inside of Asura. I'm going to go ahead and go now to my code editor here. And not this one. I'm going to open up my other one, which I think is closed down. So let's open it up. I've been running a little ragged the last couple days. All right, we've got the front to back project here. And we have a really basic GraphQL code gen defined here, where we have essentially the code gen config is pointed to just my endpoint here, right? So if you haven't seen GraphQL code gen, it's just a great tool for JavaScript developers that allows you to point to an endpoint. This is my locally running one, v1 GraphQL. And it's just saying I want to go ahead and generate types and an introspection file from that API, right? So Hasura in the middle, giving me the schema. Is it bigger? Thank you. Like I said, it's been a week. All right. Is that big? Is it big enough? Anybody need it bigger? A little bigger? One more? Okay, how's that? All right, very good. You can actually drop out the side piece here. We don't need that. So we're going to go ahead and generate our types from our API that we just created from ChatGPT. So we're going to hop down here and tell it to use code gen, go look at my file, do an introspection query, see all the types, and give us a nice type library to work with locally. So we're going to go ahead and say yarn code gen. I hope that's what I had it set up as. I think it is correct. Failed. And we're going to go ahead and delete the documents here, because I don't have this. We're just going to get the introspection. Let's go ahead and do that. Yarn code gen. Very good. We got types. They haven't looked inside of the generated file here. We go to source, generated, GraphQL. This is our generated output. Elephant zoo shows, ticket order items, all the types we would need to be able to build a very robust back to front type safety using the code, using the data model as our guide, and I guess ChatGPT as our sensei. So that's all I have for this talk. There's probably a lot of hot takes you want to talk about in this. If you want to, find me afterwards, and I would love to talk more about it.
Awesome. Thanks very much, Jesse. And I do hope some folks join you and challenge your hot takes, I'm sure.
Yeah. I believe it.
I'd like to invite Tomasz to come up and get connected for the talk. Move back? Yeah. No, I don't want to. So, Tomasz is here to give our second talk of the night. He's a Google developer expert in web technologies and an advocate for modern web technologies. Tomasz will be sharing his talk, A Picture is Worth 1,000 Kilobytes.
I get the mic as well. Awesome. Hello. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. How's everyone doing? Good. Good. Excellent. So, I have good news and bad news. The good news is we're going to be healthier. The bad news is you have to do some exercises with me. So, who heard about this paradigm before, which is fresh body, fit mind? A couple. Is it because you saw a previous talk of mine, or is it? No. Okay, good. So, fresh body, fit mind. So, what does it mean? It means that in order for for your brain to function, to get those the blood and all the brain juices into there, you need to move and you need to exercise. Right? You're supposed to move. You're supposed to be fit. So, I will ask you to stand up for a second, please. It's going to be a very, very simple exercise that we're going to do. So, I'm going to show you my back. It's going to be very simple, so apologies for showing the back, but what you need to do is raise up your arm so that your elbow is in line with your eyes, like that. Yeah, and now open up your palms and start clapping. Thank you. So I have this slide because a lot of times it's a 50-50 split, right? Half the people are like, oh, okay, I see. Other 50 are still like, ah. So, thank you. So what happens, I collect these pictures. Every year I have my yearly review. I send it to my boss and I'm like, standing ovation again. And he's like, what is he, how can you make images like so special? But anyway. Okay, so on a more serious note, so I'm here. Can you, if I stand here, you can't see what's there, right? Better? Okay, cool. So, I'm here to talk to you about images and image optimization. I think I have about half an hour. This talk is meant to be an hour, so we're going to, go through it as quick as possible. So, I'm going to start with a couple of statistics. So, I don't know how many of you know the Web Almanac project. Web Almanac. One, yes. Okay, so now all of you will know. There's a link, so hopefully we'll be able to share this slide. So Web Almanac is a project. No, you can't read that. It's fine. It's fine. It's almanac.htparchive.org. So it's a project run mostly by Google and some other contributors. Anyone can contribute to any of the chapters. They have lots of chapters on JavaScript, CSS, HTML, accessibility, media, 20 plus chapters that basically use HTTP archive data, and they try to run some clever analytics on that data and understand what happened in the web on a yearly basis. So this particular statistic is from the media chapter from 2022, and basically it just says that 99.9% of the pages that are in that HTTP archive database make a request to an image resource, which pretty much tells me that every single website pretty much makes a request to an image resource. Now, here's another one. So I do work for Cloudinary, so we have our own sort of visual media report thing happening. This is, again, from 2022, and this is just Cloudinary, right? And there are other image CDNs and there are other image providers out there today. So just Cloudinary handled 199 billion requests per month in 2022. So that's a lot of data going on the web in terms of images. And then the last one, talking about diversity and stuff. Usually we think, okay, I need to optimize for desktop and mobile. Cloudinary sent 2.7 million requests, so it's 2.7 million image requests to Sony Bravia TVs per month. Maybe optimize for Sony TVs as well. Just FYI, okay? I just thought this is a funny little statistic. And also, the title of this talk is an image is worth, 1,000 kilobytes. The saying is, of course, 1,000 words. And that's because about 50% of our brain is involved in visual processing. Again, proof is in, the link. Some very clever researchers investigated that. So what does that really mean? It really means that you can convey a message much easier using a picture than with words, right? But then failing to optimize those images is actually going to be a very, very, it's going to be a problematic thing for you. And the reason why I say that is because usually I have this conversation with people and they say, well, image optimization is, it's easy, but you need to understand some of the intricate details to be able to do it right. And getting it right is really, really difficult. Now let's go back in time to, this actually was, who knows Henri Helvetica? Few of you, okay. So if you don't follow him, he does some really good, he shares some really good content in terms of web performance on Twitter. And in, excuse me, in 2021, he said this: the image element turned 25 in 2020. It both engages users with delight and enrages developers. And I think it's a very, very good way of talking about the image element itself, because adding images to your application is going to be really pleasant for the users, but getting it right with all the AVIF, WebP, PNG, all these formats is very, very difficult. And I also went back to the HTML spec in 1995, and I found the description of the image element, right? So this is how it started, this is 1995, and then the attributes of the image element were align, alt, ismap, and source, right? Very easy to work with. Now we look at 2022, source width, height, source set sizes, loading, decoding, style, etc., etc. So it became a lot more complex. So what I'm going to try to do is, I try to explain to you a couple of things. Adding images to a website is easy, said no one ever. I said this as well. So we're going to talk about a couple of things: format, content of the images, the devices that you want to send images to, responsiveness, delivery, and how would you want to decode your images. Now, as I said, I have half an hour, so I'm going to focus on some of the most important things. And of course, we also will need to mention core web vitals a little bit, because that's an important aspect of web performance. And often what I also find is a lot of people talk about, so when they talk about web performance, they usually talk about JavaScript, right? JavaScript, and I'm not saying that's wrong, that's absolutely correct. You should do all sorts of optimizations for JavaScript. But if you think about the resource sizes, images and videos will always beat your JavaScript bundle sizes by, tenfold, right? Even though if you have, maybe you have a 2-3 megabyte JavaScript bundle, having 500 kilobyte images will beat that. So it's very important to understand the effect of those as well. Okay, so in terms of tooling, there are lots of tools out there today that you can use to optimize your images. Okay, some of them are available online, some are desktop clients, some are NPM libraries, and there are, of course, image CDNs that do all of this work for you. By the way, Squash also has a CLI, right? So you can install that via NPM. I just didn't update this slide. So what you need to understand, image formats. We're not going to talk about user devices. We'll talk about core web vitals, and then probably maybe placeholders and some loading techniques as part of this talk. At Cloudin, we also created what we call an image format battle card, which pretty much lists all the available image formats that are out there on the web. And as you can see, JPEG has been around since 1992. And JPEG is, in fact, the most widely used image format on the web today. But it's also because it's the oldest, there are some other formats out there that are more suitable for the web. When we released this particular beta card, there are a lot of other elements that we use to compare these image formats. So this is just a snapshot of that. We also put JPEG XL in there. It's well, politics. Who saw the JPEG XL drama on Twitter? And some of you, okay. So JPEG is the reason why I'm not involved in that, but it's one of my colleagues is part of the JPEG committee, so he was very vocal about what JPEG XL is and how it works. Google Chrome supported JPEG XL behind the flag until version 100 and whatever, so quite the latest version, and now they removed support from it. And just read up on this, why. Okay, FYI, Google also authors WebP. So, okay. So here's another statistics, right? This is, again, from Web Almanac, so you can see in 2022, which were the most used image formats. So you can see JPEG, PNG, GIF, WebP, SVG, and some others. And, we also hear a lot about AVIF these days, right? So just notice that how AVIF is probably a very minuscule slice of the overall pie. So JPEG is still the dominant image format. And WebP is also used, everywhere, but still it's a very small portion of that pie. And I wouldn't like to see PNG there for a reason, but again, more on that later. So let's talk about something that a lot of, when I talk to people, they don't really understand what this is, and that's fidelity. What is image fidelity? So fidelity of an image is image fidelity is trying to, when you optimize an image or you change the format of the image, it's you trying to keep the original, the details of the original image as closely as you can. Okay, so for example, you take a picture of a sweatshirt. You then want to create a high fidelity, say AVIF of this. It means that it should still show you all the fine details of the fabric, for example. Okay, and it's very important to understand because I don't know if this is going to be visible on the screen, but let's say you have created a low fidelity AVIF and a high fidelity JPEG. Now, just ignoring the fact that you don't understand, anything about low fidelity. Let's just talk about AVIF and JPEG. You create an AVIF, you create a JPEG. And so the AVIF is going to be a fraction of the size of the JPEG. Okay, so it's going to be maybe, the JPEG is going to be 500 kilobytes, the AVIF is going to be maybe 50. And you're like, okay, this is good, I'm happy with it, but if you look closely, you lost a lot of detail, right? So in the JPEG, you can still, again, I don't know if you can see it from there, but you see the details of the bricks. Whereas the low fidelity AVIF is just a smooth surface. You lost the fine detail. Now, if that's something that you intentionally want, great, fine. But you should be aware of the fact that that is a different representation of the original image. You lost a lot of detail. And this is, again, depending on the fact what you're trying to do, it's either fine or either, needs some understanding. Here's an interesting one. This is not really related to the web. It's called the Xerox incident. It's happened many, many years ago. I don't know how many of you heard about it. You can actually Google this. So what happened was, what you see here on the left is the document that got scanned, and then on the right, what you see is what the scanner produced. So that was I'm forgetting the actual encoder in the Xerox machines. Those are now banned forever, especially in the Germany, Switzerland, and Austria, because they had a lot of issues with this. So this is how you gain money, right? So you scan something, and then because of a low fidelity encoder, you now get completely different numbers. And now that's what you submit to the taxman, and you either lost or gained money, and no one knew what was happening. Now imagine this happens for like a bazillion amount of documents. Good luck fixing that as well. Okay, so what does this all mean? So this is just a theoretical example, right? So let's assume that you work at a company where it's an e-commerce shop, and then your boss is like, well, images are not loading fast. I heard about this new image format. Try to do something about it. And you're like, okay, so I could create AVIF. It's going to reduce the bandwidth. You could potentially save money. It's going to produce nice-looking images. And it's going to provide your users with a great experience. The website is going to work fast, it's going to be snappy. But because you produce low fidelity images, you could lose, the original color, the finer details of the fabric, which could also result in unhappy customers at the end of the day who will receive the product, open it, and they're like, what the hell is this? It looked totally different, right? They go to the screens, because that's what my wife is doing, don't tell her. She goes to the screen, she's like, this is not orange. And I'm like, what? Anyway, and I made a video. So this, again, I don't know if this is going to be visible on the screen. It's not playing yet, but the original is a black leather bag. And when I created an AVIF version of it, it becomes dark green, and it kind of loses the detail of the fabric. Okay, so it's switching in between the two. I don't know if that's visible from where you sit. So I'm going to play it again. Okay, so it's kind of like dark green. You can't. Okay, you can. I'll show it to you later. Can someone see it? Some of you. Okay. I'll show it on my laptop. So again. Well, the original is black. The AVIF is kind of dark green. But well, you're a good customer. There you go. But anyway, I can show it to you on my laptop. It's a lot more visible when you're a little bit closer. Okay, so all that being said, a lot of discussion has been around Core Web Vitals, right? And it's very... so I don't know how many of you heard that, but Google, when was that? Maybe 12 months ago, they released a study about, improvements to Core Web Vitals, and they said, cumulative layout shift, most of the websites are now getting it right. FID, no one's struggling with it, it's fine. LCP, they said, is still causing a lot of issues to a lot of developers. And of course, it's going to be very difficult to get it right because, especially on a media-heavy website. So usually, these days, the size that you visit, it's very likely that the LCP, the largest contentful paint, is going to be an image of some sort, a hero image. And then loading that the right way is actually very, very difficult. And so I'm not going to talk about first input and CLS, so I'm just going to focus on LCP. So the LCP calculation is actually made up of 4 sub-calculations. Okay, so improving any of these things that I'm going to go through in a second will ultimately also improve your LCP score. So those are optimizing time to first byte, optimizing resource load delay, optimize resource load time, and then reduce the element render delay. So just a couple of thoughts on these. So time to first byte, you type in example.com, you hit enter, the first byte of the HTML arrives, that's time to first byte. So your goal is to try to deliver the initial HTML to the browser as soon as possible, which means, and I just want to point out the losses, you can research Guest.js and other things, but ideally you should try to do static site generation as opposed to server-side rendering if you can. Why? Because if you request a page and the server has to generate that, that's going to add potentially milliseconds, but it's still going to add time to the overall time to first byte, right? Whereas if you have pre-built your HTML, there's not even a server involved, it just sends back the response. So try to reduce your time to first byte. Resource load delay. So that's the delta. So the browser received the document, and now it needs to find the LCP. If it's an image, whatever that image is in your HTML structure, it needs to find it. So your goal is to try to reduce the time that it takes for the browser to find and to load the LCP resource. Okay, which means try to use, I think there's a slide on that, try to use fetch priority on the resource, so tell the browser that that is an important resource, so it should start downloading it as soon as possible. Then there's the actual, network transfer time. So, there's an image. If it's 5 megabytes, that's going to take a lot of time to transfer versus an image which is 50 kilobytes, right? So try to create small optimized resources, do image optimization, whether you do it via CDN or whether you do it using one of these tools that I mentioned, it's fine. But just do something so that the size of the image that needs to get transferred over the network is smaller than the original, okay? I always forget to update this slide. It's not side note, it's side note, okay? I'm sorry. Every time I do this, I look at this, I'm like, oh. So, as a side note, in the cases when LCP is not an image, but it's text, it's a paragraph, it's an href, whatever, how fast you load your custom / third-party fonts will also matter. Okay, so I'm just focusing on images, but I wanted to make that side note. Just try to load those fonts as soon as possible to get a good LCP score. And the reason why I have that asterisk next to the image CDN is because I have an explanation on that. So obviously, having the image, so serving the image from the same origin as opposed to serving it from a third-party CDN or from a third-party site is going to be faster. But on the flip side, usually image CDNs provide you with a lot of additional features that you may not get out of the box if you just serve the image locally. So it's up to you. You have to decide whether you want to use that because you want to use some additional options, maybe changing sizes, whatever, or serve it from the same origin. Okay, and then the last bit is element render delay. So element render delay is the delta between when the LCP resource has arrived and when the browser is actually finished rendering it. Okay, so your goal is to try to render the LCP element as soon as possible, which means don't lazy load it, please. Okay, because These days, everyone is like lazy load this, lazy load that. Fine, do that, except for the LCP element. Why? Because the image is there, but you're telling the browser, hey, you can wait rendering, just don't do that. So that's going to prolong the LCP, okay? I didn't say that, but LCP is measured in seconds. Okay, so 0 to 2.5 seconds is your target. So you should load the LCP element in less than 2.5 seconds. I was on a site, I think it was an e-commerce site for like swimwear. Every single image, regardless where it was, just had loading lazy. And I was like, okay, whatever, I don't even... but you see the point, right? So loading an LCP via JavaScript, maybe you fetch a JSON file in which you have an image, and then you add that to the source. That's going to prolong this LCP. Lazy loading is going to prolong the LCP. So try to avoid all of these. I'm going to show this example to you a little bit later. Okay, so how can you? This is not, but you could call this a checklist. So what can you do to measure the performance? So the one thing that I'm going to just say about performance measurement is, because usually people would go and use DevTools, and they would use Lighthouse, which is built into DevTools. That's great, but once you've done with development, don't run that. And the reason why I say that is because that's not using what is called RUM data, real user metrics. So a much better way to see how your site is performing is to use something like PageSpeed Insights. PageSpeed Insights will return you the very same report, same look and feel, same, what do they call them? Same, not tests, or whatever they call them in Lighthouse, except there's going to be an additional section on top, which is going to be real user metric data. And they're going to say, this is data coming from your users, your real users who have visited the site for the past 28 days. That's what you should look at. That's going to tell you how good or bad your LCP is. That's what you need to look at. Because if I run a Lighthouse report on my machine, then on yours, then on yours, and on yours, we're going to get 3 different results. I guarantee that, because different network connections, different CPU, different everything. Okay. But whereas if you look at something like a RUM data, it's going to tell you how the people who visited your site are experiencing your site. Now, the good news is, so this is, on the left you see a couple of screenshots from Lighthouse. So Lighthouse actually does checks for, whether you actually serve images in the next-gen format. Those are like AVIF, WebP, etc. They will also tell you whether your LCP was loaded lazily or not, so that's good. But the recent addition to Chrome DevTools is what you see on the right, which is not very visible, but it's fine. It's called the Performance Insights. I think it's still an experimental panel, but you can add it to Chrome. And the good thing about it is, so the screenshot is about the LCP, so you can see it tells you your largest element took 7.51 seconds to load, but what it does, it also analyzes the 4 sort of sub-calculations that I mentioned. So it tells you the time to first byte, the resource load delay, the resource load time, and then the element render delay. Okay, and now you can look into that, and they also give you suggestions as to what you should look into to try to fix your LCP score. Okay, plus in one single view, you can also see which element was taken into consideration. You can actually click that little icon, and that would take you to the elements panel in Chrome to show you which element was used to calculate the LCP. Okay, so a lot to think about and a lot to do. So can you do all of this in once? Yes, you can. I did say I work for Cloudinary, right? So here comes the Cloudinary pitch. So we do. I'm sorry, that it goes hand in hand with the standing ovation. Okay, so with Cloudinary we have a couple of features out of the box, right? So F-Auto, Q-Auto are the most sort of prominent ones. F-Auto being automatic format, Q-Auto being automatic quality. F-Auto, adding F-Auto to the URL, which you see there, is going to serve the most optimal image format to the browser where you make the request from. So if you take F-Auto, you take that URL, you open this from Chrome, you're either going to get a WebP or an AVIF. If you open that link from a browser that does not support either of those, we're going to send probably a JPEG 2000, which is still a better encoding than JPEG itself, and then if we can't, then we send a JPEG. QAuto analyzes the image and is going to apply automatic quality reduction. So for those of you who use things like maybe Photoshop, you save for web or you save a JPEG, there's a quality slider, and you can do like 70, 60, etc. Think of this as doing that, but automatically. It looks at the image and it says, okay, this can be a quality 80, the next one, quality 70, quality 85, whatever. So it's going to do that based on the image. What else? Okay. The other thing I want to mention is, I think I have a demo on that, but there's a loading mechanism called LQIP, which is low quality image placeholders. I think I have a video on that. So what you see here, not here, but here, is I added a style attribute where I have exactly the same URL. So if you notice, it's cloudy.com image upload, ignore that, and then it's Zurich, right? And then there you have FAuto, QAuto, whatever, and then Zurich. In this example, what I'm doing is I create an actual SVG, which is going to have 2 colors and a very low detail. So the reason why I do that is because loading that SVG, which is, I think, if I'm not mistaken, in this case, it's about 2 kilobytes, is going to be a lot faster than even loading the 300 kilobyte original image. And so what you can do with that is something like this, right? So you refresh the site and you show something to your users. Okay, I think I do it again. So it shows something like a silhouette of what they are going to see. And then loading, is it double high five? 10 minutes. I thought you wanted. Okay. So 2.8 kilobytes is going to be, you can load that very fast versus the 181. Even though 181 kilobytes is still not that bad. There are lots of other techniques to load images like that. I can show you some more if you're interested. 2 things I want to point out here. So should you decide for whatever odd and perverse reason to generate all the image formats out there and write all your logic to serve up the right image format for the right browser, then you can use the picture element with the source element to provide a list to the browser. So this is going to try to load the AVIF first. If the browser doesn't support it, then it will try to load the WebP. And if neither of those are supported, your fallback should at all times be a JPEG, because 99.999% of the browsers will understand that. Now, 2 things to note. First one, the order of the source element matters. Okay? If you put, because I've seen that, picture source set equals to whatever the JPEG, and then you put the AVIF next. Okay. The JPEG is going to be loaded, right? So the order of these matter. Okay? So in this case, AVIF, WebP, JPEG. If you change that to WebP, AVIF, it's going to be WebP, AVIF, JPEG. Okay, so make sure that you take note of that. The other thing is if you have a loading attribute added to the image in a picture element, the value of that is going to be applicable to the source elements as well. So in this case, if I open this HTML page up in a browser that supports AVIF, and I added loading lazy to the image element, then the AVIF will be loaded lazily as well. Okay? Here's a good one. So let me show you this example. So source sets, right? So what I'm trying to do here with source set and sizes is that if the browser window is less than 600 pixels, then load the 400 pixel version of the image. If it's larger than 600 pixels, so the viewport is larger than 600 pixels, then load the with 800 version of the image, right? So you load a larger version of the image. So I wrote this code. This happened a couple of months ago. So I wrote this code. I went to DevTools. And when you have I'm forgetting what that icon is, a little mobile icon in DevTools that allows you to sort of resize your screen. And I had the network panel open, so these 2 things. I was like, okay, so if I'm less than 600, I'm expecting the 400 with image. I spent half a day on this. it always loaded the 800 pixel version of the image. And I went to my colleagues, and I was like, and they didn't know it either. Like, they were like, no, that's, we looked at the code line by line. It's like, it's impossible. Any ideas why that was?
I guess the pixel ratio.
Yeah, bloody, it's there. Plus, so, where is it? Okay. If you don't have Chrome in full screen, you would never notice that they actually have a drop-down with which you can change the device pixel ratio. And you would never notice, do I have it on the screen? No. You'll never notice that 2.0 is the default. So what is that? Device pixel ratio is applicable for Retina screens and modern laptops. They're trying to load twice as many pixels into the same space. So 400 times 2 happens to be 800. So it took me forever to find these 3 dots, realize that there's this option, and then realize that 2.0 is the default. Half a day. Just half a day. Anyway, so FYI, if you have similar issues, check your device pixel ratio. And remember, it defaults to 2. This is the fetch priority. So remember the second optimization for LCP? I mentioned that you can set the fetch priority attribute for your image. So adding this to the head of your HTML is going to load this, whatever image you specify as soon as possible. Okay, so in fact, it's going to be probably the second or the third resource that it starts to download, which means your LCP is going to be much better. I'm going to skip these demo. Okay, so I'll show you a demo in a second. And often when I'm done with the tool, people come to me and say, well, image is fine. No one's loading like a lot of megabytes worth of images. So I think I hit everything. So may I present you anonymous luxury Swiss watch brand, real company, well-known, famous, sell watches that cost like a bazillion pounds. In that carousel, each image is 2 megabytes or above. Okay? They load 1,250 pixel images and shrink it into, or try to contain it in a container which is 190 pixels. So, real problem, right? Well-known companies are doing this, and I don't know why. I can tell you which company is this if you're interested. So the demo that I want to show you, if I have, do I have time? 3 minutes. Okay. So I created a. How should I? Doesn't matter. So I created a demo which I can share with you. It lives on Netlify. It basically, just by looking at this, you will know that yes, that's the LCP. Obviously, in the first scenario, can you see that? Is that large enough? Okay. So in the first scenario, and I'm not going to go through this, but basically this is why it's an hour, because I then go through each of the optimization steps. But what you will see, and the way you should check for your LCP as well, is by coming to the performance panel, and there is a section in here called network. And then here, I'm not sure if you can see that, but basically you have a request to the request to the HTML, it requests a JavaScript, which then requests the photos.json file, which then requests the image, and that's the image I'm loading as the LCP. So you see there are lots of steps in between that prolong the LCP score. And then, I would go through all these optimization steps. And then if you go to all together and you rerun this performance report, you will see a lot different output, whereby once the HTML is finished loading, you would immediately start loading the image that is considered to be the LCP. And of course, there's lots of other optimizations, right? So instead of the original image, which is a JPEG and it's about 12 megabytes, this is now going to be an AVIF, which is going to be about, a fraction of that size. Also notice that you can track the LCP in timings under the performance panel. And just one more thing, which a lot of people just don't know about, which I found, I just find it useful to show, is that if you run so that's Command Shift P. You can run some commands in DevTools, and then there's an overlay for Core Web Vitals. Show Core Web Vitals overlay, and then at all times you would see the 3 Core Web Vitals for any given page. Okay, which I found to be just a useful thing to have. Okay. So, I'm sorry if this was all over the place, so I tried to shrink it down to 30 minutes. I'm going to be around and also at the main event tomorrow, so if you want to chat about image formats and stuff, I'm more than happy to talk to you. Otherwise, enjoy the rest of the evening, and thank you.
Thank you so much. So our last speaker of tonight is Soren. I invite you to connect up.
I need my computer.
Okay. Awesome.
Does this microphone work?
It's for street.
If I need to do some live coding in the middle,
Yeah, it should be okay.
that should be okay. All right, all right. That's perfect. Seems to work. Shall we give people a minute to come back? Are we okay?
So with that, welcome Soren for his talk on ORM.
Thank you very much. So thank you for having me, and thank you to Aris for organizing all of these amazing events, both in London and the rest of the world. I heard that they might be coming to Berlin, which I'm very excited for, so let's see. How many of you know about Prisma? It's a good amount of you. And how many of you use Prisma day to day? Also a pretty good amount. That's very awesome. One thing you need to know about Aris is that he has a great sense of humor. So obviously he had to put me next to Matteo on the website. I'm just trying to tell you about my little ORM thing, and he's out there saying, would never use an ORM. Okay. Luckily, Matteo has also said nice thing about Prisma in the past, so I feel good. But there is something about this. People don't like ORMs. And why is that? What is the problem with ORMs? So I'm going to tell you my personal story about why ORMs suck. Of course. When I got into professional software development 15 years ago, I joined this little startup in Denmark called Trustpilot. And this is a familiar story. We were 3 guys building a thing, moving really fast, and making a huge mess of it. But of course, we're using an ORM. So Trustpilot is essentially a site where you can write reviews of stores you buy stuff in online. You can go and check other people's reviews before you buy something. So let's analyze this page together. On the right side, there's some static data about the web shop. Pretty simple. On the top, there are the rating for this site. This one was complicated, and
a different kind of mess we don't need to talk about today. And then at the bottom, there are the reviews. And this was in... of course, I'm going to stand over here. And this was in 2008, so everything is server-side rendered. Like old school, easy to understand. And for SEO reasons, we wanted to show the first 100 reviews on the page. And that's going to be important in a bit. And then the reviews, they're not just the reviews. They're also the author, the name of the author, and a little bit of other information about that author. So how do you load this data? We were using C# at the time. It should be familiar to people who don't use C#. But essentially, you load the company from the company ID, then you go and load all the reviews, do that one by one, then you have all of your data. You pass that to your view engine, and all is good. Except you have this detail that you need to also render the author. And now you have the review, you just pass that into the other thing that is supposed to render the review with the author. And so in line 11 here, you just write your business logic, you do review.author, that's your author, now you can display it. And the ORM will just make this work for you. This is one thing that is different between new ORMs and old ORMs. ORMs will do this thing. They used to do this thing, they would just do blocking I/O. They would pause the thread, they would go to the database, come back to your program. You don't know anything. It just looks like a normal accessing local data. But it isn't. In this line 11, it actually goes out and talks to the database. And because this is kind of hidden from you, as a developer, you don't notice this. As somebody doing code review, it just looks like you're running a function. It could be very difficult to spot, and you end up with this n+1 problem. It's a very familiar thing. There are talks about it. There are tools that will find those for you because they're so common. And it is issues like this that are causing people to say, ORMs suck. I'm not smart enough to use this thing. That's not really how ORMs work anymore, because we've learned from this. And in fact, we have learned from GraphQL. So if you use Prisma or other ORMs that kind of look like Prisma, it is much more like using GraphQL. In the beginning, you perform all of your I/O, you specify what data you need, and you let the ORM just go and fetch that for you. Then you can do your business logic, then you can render your view. You don't have this issue of things happening in between. And then our runtime has also gotten smarter. They support asynchronous operations. So instead of just blocking the thread, going and do the work and coming back to you without having that be explicit in the code, we do this. We make it an async function, we await it. It's very easy to spot when there is a potential for slowness because of I/O. So really, ORMs were designed in this way because they had a really simple runtime. There was no affordance in the language for dealing with asynchronous I/O. There was no such thing as non-blocking I/O in C# when we were doing this thing. So the ORMs were really trying to help you with that. They were essentially providing a runtime for doing I/O. And because of that layout, they had to introduce multiple layers of caching. So if you've ever used Hibernate or nhibernate in C#, you'll know that there's a first-level cache, there's second-level cache, there's all of this machinery going on to try to make it fast. Neo-ORMs are different. They're much simpler because they don't have to provide this runtime for you. Node has it already, and it's really nice. So we get to be focused on providing a great developer experience instead. And now I'll try to show you the developer experience of Prisma. I'll make it relatively quick because many of you have used Prisma. So very similar to Hasura, when you use Prisma, you can either introspect an existing database, and that means we will generate types for you for your entire database. Or you can start from scratch and you can use Prisma to model your data and evolve it. So let's create a folder. Yes, of course. Is it big enough? So when you start a new project with Prisma, or you want to start to use Prisma in your existing application, you can run this init command, and that will
do a little bit of scaffolding for you. Let's see, is this big enough for us to view? Yep. So most interesting, there's a Prisma folder, there's a Prisma schema, and this is kind of the foundational kind of curation you need to use Prisma. There are two concepts. There's a generator, which just is the thing that generates the code for you, and then there's a data source, that's your database. By default, Prisma suggests you use Postgres because, yes, Postgres is the best database. But you don't have to use Postgres. In fact, Prisma supports most relational databases. We support Mongo. We support SQLite. This thing right here is what is really nice about Prisma. You get auto-completion for everything. So even when you're in this weird configuration language you created, there's auto-completion for you. So let's try to use SQLite. Prisma also suggests that you use environment variables to pass in your secrets, but we don't really care about that. So let's just write it here. Let's call it database, something like this. And then, of course, we can start to model our data. And let's just create something simple. Let's create a model to track all of us. A model is essentially a table, and we need something. Look, this is the other awesome thing about Prisma. It'll tell you what you need. There are red squigglies, and they mean we need something. And it will tell you what it is. When you have a table, you need to have some unique column. And it suggests that you create an ID column, and you give it the ID attribute. And let's make it a string, because that's what I like. And then we can use the default attribute to just have the system generate an ID for us. And we could make that a CUID or a UUID. That's really nice. Let's also have a name. Again, auto-completion. We can format the document to be nice. Okay, let's turn this into a database. Prisma has two different ways to do that. You can either use db push, which will just sync whatever you have in your schema to your database. That's really nice for local development. Or you can use proper migration files so you have a full migration history. Let's just go and do this. Oof. Aha, I need to save my schema file. So your database is now in sync with your schema, done in 8 milliseconds. That's nice. Then it's also running generate. I think something is slow because of the internet. That's all right. Let's give that a second. So it generated my database. There's now a DB file. That's a SQLite database. It's not being displayed because it's a SQLite database. I think this is because I'm trying to download the internet. Let's give that a second, and if it doesn't work, then we'll move on. While that is going on, we can go and continue our data modeling. So this is a simple table. Let's extend it a little bit. Let's introduce one more model and try to create a relation between them. So let's create a conference model. Let's give that an ID too. Thank you. This is why pair programming is great. And then let's try to create a relation to our attendees. So at a conference, you're going to have participants, let's call them that. And that's going to be a list of attendees. Again, we get auto-completion. We could turn it into a list. But But we get the squigglies again. That means we need to do something. It is saying the relation field participants on model conference is missing an opposite relation field on the model attendees. So you can either run Prisma format or add it manually. Let's have the system do it for us. That sounds nice. And in fact, you can use the format command in VS Code, and it just does that. So what did it do? In relational databases, the way relations work is you have a simple field in one table that references another field. So in this case, we have the conference ID field will reference the ID field in the conference table. So Prisma will help you manage these relations. It's very explicit in the schema. You don't lose any fidelity from what the database can do, but it's easy for you to write it and to progress it. My downloading the internet thing is not going super fast, so let's just skip that. Let's skip that. What I wanted to show you was the auto-completion, but you've all tried that anyway. You don't need me to show you. If you want to play around with Prisma, or maybe explore more things it can do, then we have this playground, which is pretty cool. It's an online environment where you can go and do everything. You don't need to download the internet. It just works there. It will spin up a Docker thing for you so you can run all the code. And there's a bunch of things to try out. So instead of going through the docs, this is a really neat way to figure out what you can do. And also on the right side, there's this entire tutorial to try out different ways to run Prisma Migrate. But this talk is about crazy things you can do with your ORM. So let's talk about that instead. Late last year, we introduced Prisma client extensions. It's our extensibility framework. And since then, we've seen a lot of companies, for example, Redwood, create really neat extensions. And I want to just show you what extensions can do. A really simple example is the concept of a computed field. Let's say you have this model, a user, it has all of these fields, but you want to add a new field, a computed field, and we could call it name and age. And let's say it should render something like this. A name followed by the year or the age of the user. In normal ORMs, it's kind of simple to do because they're based on classes. You can just go and add new fields to the class. But they also kind of relied on the fact that you would always load all of the data. So what happens if you have many fields? Some of them are really big, and with Prisma you can say, I just want to load those 3 fields. How are the computed fields going to work then? Because they need to rely on some specific information that has to be there. And this is a very simple example, but you can imagine much more complex examples where specifying a data requirement is really important. So this is what that looks like with the Prisma extensibility functionality. You can instantiate a Prisma client, and then you can use this new extends keyword to create any kind of extension. This is the most trivial thing you could think about. It extends the user model with a new field called name and age, and it specifies its data requirements. It needs the name and the age fields. They have to be loaded. And then the computation is just simple JavaScript. And here's an example from the playground, just showing you that the auto-completion works when you do this. The types are correctly inferred. So you actually get that name and age field on the return data. This is a thing that is really cool about TypeScript. Definitely way, way cooler than C# and all of the other things we were doing before. You have the structural typing. Some people call it duck typing. And you have this very powerful type system where you can run Turing complete code in your type system. It's kind of weird. Prisma was one of the first libraries to really embrace that and try to push it to the limits 4 years ago. Now lots of other tools are starting to do that. gRPC is really cool. They're also pushing the limits. But these are the kind of things you can do with that. And then because AI is about to take over the world, we all know that, you could do something like this. I bet most of you could sit down an afternoon with just the stuff I showed you and implement Prisma.ai. Return all users whose birthday is today,
You could implement this as an afternoon with these extensions and with the OpenAI API. Getting the types to work, probably going to take another afternoon, but it's a fun exercise. And we're using this system of client extensions to build what we call the Prisma Data Platform. The Prisma Data Platform is using client extensions to augment Prisma with cloud functionality. The first example of this is a product we call Accelerate. Accelerate is a global database cache available in 280 locations with built-in connection pooling. It will make your database faster, help with scalability, and it's easy to use. So there's this thing going on right now where we're all learning how to deploy our applications closer to the end user. Netlify, Vercel have edge runtimes now. Cloudflare will run your code in 300 different places. Really cool, and you can deploy this like nothing. You don't need an afternoon for this, you need 5 minutes. But bringing your data with you to the edge is really complicated. And I know that Fly.io has some really cool stuff going on where you can use SQLize and you can replicate your data around. It's a little complicated. With Accelerate, we're proposing a much simpler model. Keep your data in one place. That's easy. But then cache it close to your applications. So if you deploy your code to Vercel, to Netlify, to Cloudflare Workers, then you can run your code within like 30, 40, maybe 50 milliseconds from most human beings in the world. And if you also cache all of the relevant data in those same locations, well, then most of the time you can serve a full page in 50 milliseconds. That's really cool. And because we built the ORM, we're using client extensions, it becomes really easy to use. It's an integrated experience. So if you use the Accelerate client extension and you want to cache globally, it looks like using Prisma. Prisma.user.find many, that's normal. The work clause, everything is normal. The only change is the cache strategy. So there are 2 parameters you can use. You can decide how long do you want things to be cached, that's the TTL. And you can decide, well, if the time is expired, do you want to serve it anyway to make it a faster experience? That's the stale while revalidate parameter. And we're going to go and build products like this very quickly. Essentially, glorified Prisma extensions. Over the next year, 2 years, we're going to release a product like this once a quarter. And that turns into what we call the Prisma Data Platform. We're trying to make building with serverless a delight, the same way that Netlify and Vercel makes it really easy to deploy static sites, front-end applications. We're trying to do that same thing for more sophisticated back-end applications. So we want to enable you to be productive. Back-end developers should focus on your application, not managing infrastructure like Kafka. And the system that you're using should be scalable. It's important to scale to meet your traffic demand, of course, but it's also very important to be able to scale to 0. A lot of services that are talking about being serverless, they don't do the scale to 0 thing really well. And that means then you have to worry about what does it cost me to run these different environments? Do I really want to run new environments for each of my branches? Yeah, you want to, and the system should help you with that. So Accelerate is the first product. That's a data CDN. We haven't really talked about pulls yet, but that's a data change subscription system. So if any of you are familiar with Rethink, that's the idea, but for any database. We're going to build a system that listens to data changes from the uplog, from the replication system, and then build tools that help you work with that. We have a whole lineup of these products. They don't have names yet, but the icons are designed to give a clue. This idea is also a thing that is kind of emerging in the industry. Some of you might know Sean Swix. he's talking about the self-provisioning runtime. He's been talking about this for a year and a half. I think that's a really good way to articulate it. I know Vasil is talking about framework-defined infrastructure. It's the same idea fundamentally. And the idea is that instead of managing infrastructure yourself, instead of using code to manage your infrastructure, you want a system that just understands your application and ensures that the infrastructure you need is available when you need it. I like to think about where we are heading as an industry as more like a global mainframe. It used to be very simple to deploy an application. You deploy it to the one mainframe and it just works there. It's a long time ago, but we're kind of moving to that same space. And I think Cloudflare is really at the front of this innovation. The compute units you have at Cloudflare are very simple, but they are standardized. So when we work to make our applications work in that environment, then they can deploy globally, they can scale up and down, and there's this underlying system that can manage everything for you. That's all I wanted to talk about. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And thanks everyone for joining. I'm not going to hold everyone up between the dinner plans and everything else for too long a closeout. I just want to thank our sponsors again, particularly Twilio for covering the pizza for us today. Also, a big round of applause for our 3 amazing speakers from this evening, please. Awesome. And overall, big thanks to the organisers, Foolproof, for giving the venue. And that closes out the Frontback warm-up event. So I hope to see you all tomorrow at CityJS for the big event. So thanks, everyone, and catch you all in a bar.